Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hi, this is such an exciting day. We are today doing our pre-order launch, right? So we recently, myself and my community, Women into Networking Win, and I have one of our co-authors, Karan, here, you guys. So, make sure that you tune in because we're going to talk to her today about her story. We have 9 women that came together to tell their stories, powerful stories about what has happened for them in life to overcome the challenges that whatever we go through. And I'm really excited because as we're launching today for you all to get to order your copy before we even release it, I want you guys to hear all about some of the things that Karan's going to talk about. And we're just going to start with that. I'm not even going to go into my chapter. I have a chapter as well. But Karan, I want to spotlight you first. I'm going to just talk real quick before we interview Karan about the book itself, because winning women, that's going to be a tongue twister.
Yeah, it
Winning
is.
Trials to Triumph is a book that we collaborated through our department's manager, Sarah, who came up with the bright idea that we win better when we're together. And so she said, let's get together, let's create a book, and let's make sure that everyone knows how we operate in community, but also get our stories out there to the world. I think we spent about a month and a half to 2 months just deep diving into calls and phone calls and all kinds of meetings that I think sometimes behind the scenes, people don't know or see the hard work that is happening when you're moving like that. But I want to hear your take on what that looked like for you, Karan. So I'm not going to take up too much more time. Karan, please introduce yourself to the audience and let's get started.
Well, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Caroline Fairweather, and I am one of the honored authors of the Winning Women Trials to Triumph book. So let me tell you something. This was a venture that I have not done before. I've never told this portion of my story before, and I'm not going to tell everything, but it really does dig a little bit deeper below the surface of what I've shared with the world essentially before. So when putting this chapter together, I had to really process it. Like, you sure you want to tell you sure you want to tell this story? So in doing so, though, I can say that it was a sense of cleansing, if you will, to be able to get out something that you're healed from it, but to say it out loud, to read it out loud, to retype it, to edit it, to look at it, to proof it, and like, okay, is that right now? And I had to be very careful, though, that I did not overproof it, so to speak. I didn't want to take the important stuff out and pretty it up. I wanted to leave it dirty. I wanted to leave it dirty just as it was, because it's my story. And we all know, as business owners, as previous authors to books, that keeping it dirty often is the crux of the book. That's what makes the book what it is, by keeping it dirty, not making everything all rosy and pretty, because it's not in real life, right? It's not rosy and pretty. We have sometimes some really long lows, some valleys that we go through that takes us a while to get out of, that every now and again that valley becomes a little bit of a peak, but we go back down into that valley again. And sometimes we're there longer than we realize that we were, right? When we come out of it, like, what? It took me 2 years to get out of that? Well, yeah, it did. But because we were getting out of it and not staying in it, hint, hint, in the book, in my chapter, I was working towards getting out of it, not staying in it and wallowing and whining and blaming and all this kind of stuff. I wanted to come out of it. I knew the ticket to me getting out of it was working towards getting out of it. So I'm not going to say anymore because I'm going to give away too much. I'm not going to say anymore, but it was such a pleasure to be invited to be a part of this project. Such an honor to be invited to be a part of this project, and such a pleasure. And I had so much, I'm not going to say fun. It was a great experience. Let me put it this way, because there were parts that weren't fun, because I was reliving some things that, ooh, yeah, I did do that, didn't I? But all of it is a lesson. So I have to say that I am excited for this launch. You guys need to get your copy because we have these women, some powerful women that are sharing some powerful stories that you don't want to miss out on.
That is an amazing share, Karan. Thank you for, just spilling all that out, because the truth is
Yeah.
that I think we all go through so many different emotions doing things that are personal to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
let's be very real. Like, no one really wants to tell people what they went through in the dark times. So, like, I want to hear from you too, because I know that could be a struggle, right? You even yourself became a bestseller prior to this. So,
Mm-hmm.
shout out to you for constantly, writing your story, right? Like, you're constantly like getting it out. So you had a little more practice,
A little more.
than most of us, right? What were some of the feelings that came up when you were
Um,
having those hesitancies? Like, because
yeah.
I feel you. I was the same
Yeah.
way. Like, should I put them in there?
Right. So, um, honestly, transparently speaking, a little shame, admitting to myself openly that and putting it in a book for others to read, just a measure of shame of my decisions, right? But right on the heels of shame was proud of myself. Right on the heels of shame was I was proud of myself because I also know that, yeah, I made that choice. But as a result, I am such an amazing being right now. Right? I am such an amazing being right now because of the choices I made on the heels after making such a decision that impacted me in such a way. And I'm not even going to call it negative. It was just a decision. I didn't wake up and say, I'm going to make a negative decision today. No, no, I made a decision that impacted me in not the best way. I would not have chosen that for myself, but I chose that for myself, right? So right on the heels of shame, I was like, you know what? That's okay. Look where you are today. And you have a story to tell. Somebody else is going to need to hear this in order for them to either know how to get out of it, that blueprint that I often reference, or avoid it altogether because you were able to share it with them before they made the same or similar decision that you made. So feeling the emotions that came up, like being very, I even cried through some of it. I literally, tears were rolling out of my eyes as I wrote some of the portions of the book, talking about how affirmations empowered me to get on my knees. So, because I was flat on my face. So, the affirmations helped me to get up on my knees. And then at some point, helped me to squat a little bit, right? And then helped me to stand a little bit, then helped me to walk even a little bit more. So, I talk about how in those decisions that my choice to do better and to do better more often resulted in me being a phenomenal human being right now. And you may say, well, Karan, what makes you a phenomenal human being? Because God made me so. I'm just telling you what it is. God made me so. But what's happening is that I'm recognizing it now. Recognizing it now because too many years I didn't recognize it because of traumas that I experienced. I'm not special. We've all gone through some kind of trauma. However, recognizing who I am and whose I am helped me to start making some better decisions so that I could walk in that phenomenalness that I already am. I've been it all along. I just didn't see it. I didn't take ownership of it and start walking in what I am, walking in my purpose, as the song says, right? Some of us get there a little sooner than the other. That's okay. That's your time. Some of us, it take us to do it again and try again and try again, but that's all part of the journey. So understanding that you are a phenomenal being from get-go. We make choices that kind of lay us down a little bit, sit us down a bit. That's okay. As long as we recognize that I made the choice, not somebody made me. And this is a whole thing I'm not going to get into right now because this is going to be a day's conversation, but taking ownership for your own choices. Now, what others do, and this is part of what I mentioned in the book, I could not take ownership, but I had to grant them grace because, like them, they are phenomenal beings that don't recognize who they are. And some of them are still working through it, and that's not my business. God bless them and keep it moving. So I felt a whole lot of things, Allegra. I felt shame. I felt pride, I felt excitement, I felt joy, and sometimes a little heartbreak because remembering what I went through, my heart broke just a little bit. But then that wound has been healing for a long time, so I wasn't able to cry for long because the outside of that wound is very healed. There's still a little tender spot there, but the outside of that wound is healed. And I didn't want to make it worse. I just had to let it go. It's done, girl. Let's not keep going here. Let's dry these tears and keep going. So hopefully I answered your question because I could talk about this for days.
Absolutely. And I mean, I know, I only have you for the 8 o'clock hour, and I didn't even expect to have it for a whole hour. We're going to run this all the way through the day, guys. So make sure that if you're, tuning in, you'll hear spots where, we'll come in and out, give you guys some breaks. Make sure that you can pre-order, get your copy of the Winning Women Trials to Triumph. Karan Fairweather, did I spell the name right? It feels weird for some reason.
Yes, you did. You did.
Okay, why does that feel weird? Anyway, so I love the fact that you said so many amazing things. So that's why I'm really like giddy and excited about it, because we could talk about it all day. The emotions that go behind, telling your story. That's why a lot of us don't share. And I think you said it best when you said, you want to get those emotions out of the way so that you can heal. Because the truth is, and I think like what you said really kind of like made me think so deep about what Les Brown said. When you said some people, they get to their journey late.
Right.
And I'm like, some people don't get there at all.
At all.
Like that kind of blows my mind. So it's, you have to tell your story. You have to get it out.
You do.
Like what were all, okay, because I'm going to get the bad out the way. What were the challenges, either physically, because we talked about some of the feelings that came up. We're gonna express it because in community, y'all, we have 9 authors. I don't know how to count that. Okay, we have 9 authors that came together in our community and said we're going to tell our stories together. So you guys get to like read the book, like it's like 9 different stories. And I was looking at it like, this is really cool because it doesn't get mundane or, after time you're like, okay, I'm reading the same story. You're like, oh wait, this is Karan's story. Let me read her. And you are, such a powerhouse. I've been able to watch you physically do a lot of the work you do. Yeah. But tell us about like some of those challenges that even maybe because you've been a best-selling author twice. Yep. So what were some of the challenges you had now or in the past? So that you feel like other authors will run into?
Yeah, absolutely. Staying committed, staying focused, staying on schedule, and even when you're not on schedule, stay with it and don't give up. Writing the type of chapter that I wrote for this book, this phenomenal book, this amazing book. I use phenomenal too much. Amazing book. Amazing book that's coming out. One thing I made a commitment, and when you make a commitment, things may come up, but still making it happen tends to be the biggest challenge as an author because life keeps lifing, as they say. Because life keeps lifing, you've got to make a plan to stay with it, right? Revisiting the chapter, writing some, submitting it for editing, getting it back like, oh, dang, I messed up like that. Like, oh, this is so hard. It's not hard. It's what do they call it? It's detailed work where you want to make sure that you're putting your story together in a sense that it makes sense. My first book that I put out, which is a bestseller, is the children's affirmation book. As much as it was light, I call it light writing, but it wasn't light writing because I had to make sure I was addressing the audience that the book is aimed for, little kids and their parents. So going back and making sure that the verbiage was right, making sure the sentence structure, which more so the editor does, but when you get that back. So in a nutshell, stay committed to it. If you want to put that book out, it may take you a while. One of my books, my 90-day journal, which I have a masterclass coming up this Saturday, it took me a year and a half to get that one done. I didn't talk about it because it was still in the process. It took me a year and a half to get that book done. It's a 90-day, not like your average journal where there's activities to do it. Affirmations I had to put together to put in it. 90 days, y'all. 90 days. So when you make a commitment, be sure you really want to do it. Not just say, I'm going to put a book out. What's your reason for putting a book out? What's your point? There are trillions of books out. And that's all it is, a book that's out. Do you want your book to make impact? Do you have something to say? And if only 10 people read your book, guess what? That's 10 people who have your story to share. Who are going to share it with how many? You don't know. So really understanding your purpose for writing the book, and also y'all releasing the book. Not being worried about who bought it, who didn't buy it, who's going to read. Don't worry about that. Because if you're doing what you are supposed to do, it's going to do what it's supposed to do. So that's all I got to say about that.
Wow, Karan. I'm just like, I'm listening because it's so good. I think telling your story and being able to get it out there, even though you express, right, there are lots of challenges. And I felt that because I know even in, my day-to-day struggle with business in general, like you have to commit to something. Yeah. I wrote some things down that I feel like we need to take away from you. Like this was something that really, like for me, you were talking about making a decision, making a commitment, and making a plan.
Yeah.
Like those three things really stood out to me because if, we really want to get it out and if we really want to tell our story so that other people's lives can be changed, like you said, we do have to go through that hard stuff.
Yeah.
We got to be the ones to do it, because it's like, who's going to do it and why not you?
Absolutely.
I love this. So Karan, let's talk a little bit more just to kind of give it, because we're almost we're going to be down to the end of the hour before we know it, y'all. So number one, before we get move any further, I want to shout out, this amazing book. Make sure you guys go to the link. Make sure you sign up. I put the actual link in the comment section. Let me make sure it's in there for you all. Because we have, Karan, what is your chapter?
That's a great question. Let me get to it.
Okay.
Let me get to it. I don't want to misquote it. So let me get to it. Give me just a quick second.
Okay. So, or you could just say your chapter title. So I want them to look for you. We're going to read everyone's story. I'm chapter 1. I was like, y'all just really love. I asked for it, so I can't be mad when people go, okay, Allegra, you're number 1. I'm like, I like being number 1, so I can't pick and choose.
Okay. I have it.
Chapter.
So mine is embracing your second act, from heartbreak to empowerment.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys, this is what I want you guys to do. And Karan, I also want you to tell us how you want them to connect with you, because you mentioned your 90-day rediscovery journal. I had no idea it took you that long. And this is the point. It's like no one knows what is really happening. That's why you have to have community and people around you and support.
That's right.
You build yourself up, because there are going to be doubts and fears and things around that are going to make you feel like maybe and encouragement. Because let's think about this, because I have my 90-day journal. That's why I was looking around. Because I'm like, we don't even realize, like, this is why we say, and I got mine signed.
Yes, you did.
I don't play with me, okay? Because Karan will be on those TEDx stages speaking. I'm like, I had her first 90-day journal. And Karan has not stopped writing books since she started.
No, I haven't.
So how can people really get in contact with you and all the great things that you're doing right now? Because it's not just you being an author with us. Community is about a mutual benefit. Like, we benefited from having Karan author with us because we needed the encouragement in the group, number 1, because we needed someone with expertise. But number 2, we were able to kind of unify and share our stories together. You know what I'm saying? Get to know each other better.
Yeah.
So Karan, when it comes down to, this whole like connection with you, where do you want people to really get the best part of you? Like, list whatever you have.
So following me on socials, of course, is the best way, because I put pretty much everything out there, such as the masterclass is coming up this Saturday. The link to register, there's 2 ways you can join. You can come in at no cost for the session, or you can get the upgraded package for $47, which includes the recording and a customized playlist that you can play while you are doing your activities in the journal. So on social media, definitely a way to connect with me. You can also email me at am.m.affirmations gmail.com. You can email me there. But socials is the easiest way. Just message me there on Instagram, on social, on Facebook, on TikTok. All of them, I'm pretty much there. I have a great presence on IG. So you can message me there. Of course, my website, the Affirmation Whisperer /store. You can go there for my products. All of the Affirmation Whisperer brand has multiple products. I have t-shirts. I have my 3 books. I have a 3rd book coming out, which will be launching next month. And the 3rd book is called Go Be Great, 100 Affirmations for High School Graduates, because that season is on our heels. It's about to be there. And we know that when kids are graduating, they're making any transition in life, but particularly from that teenagehood to real adulthood, having some affirmations that they can read to encourage themselves, to remind them of who they are, because oftentimes our kids will get lost in this world. But having a resource, it's a little small book, it's not very big, something they can toss into their book bag to remind them of who they are and whose they are, I think is important. So reaching out to me for customized affirmations, because I still do those. That's how I started my journey. We're doing customized affirmations. My affirmation community are an amazing group of people who they believe in affirmations. Some joined that didn't believe in affirmations, but now they do. So it's an amazing thing. Allegra has watched me, as she said before, grow as an individual, as an entrepreneur, as an author. And let me tell you something, y'all. Being an entrepreneur is not for the weak. It's not for the weak. However, if it's part of your journey, you will do it, and you will do it well. So reach out to me on social. You can email me or simply just message me, and we can begin a conversation to see how I can serve you best.
See, I love this. Like, we did so much in like less than an hour, y'all. We got our ads in. We talked about our journey. Karan has expressed to y'all her specific journey. And Karan, you're right. And this, let me tell y'all. So please make sure you guys click and look at what Karan has going on, because it should be an inspiration to see. And that's why you have to read her chapter, because and then get the book, because she has written books. Get more involved in. I hope that this book really gives people a teaser so they can do that, because we need to be able, as especially y'all, listen, this is big for me because we're in Women's History Month, and we've only really been in the business sectors like for like what, 50 years.
That's it.
We have to be very, very like honoring of the fact that not only did we go, and I told my mother this, Karan, so hear me out, y'all. Okay, real quick, because Karan's gonna, I'm asking Karan another question before we get out of here for her section, and then we're gonna give you guys some information on how to get your pre-orders, and then we're gonna talk a little bit, and then we have some more guests coming up. So make sure you guys tune in throughout the day. Okay. But Karan, I was just saying, like, listen, we as women take care of the families. We always have. Right? Not to mention we got to physically birth a whole human being.
Yes.
But then you literally have the job sector. So now we're like taking jobs and taking care of home. And we saw the escalation. Like when it was like I Am Woman came out, I felt it. I was like, okay, I feel like we're doing a little too much. Like we're doing a little too much. And then we wanted to be in like all the men's jobs in construction. And it's fine, because I believe women, we have the ability to do whatever it is that we put our minds to, and that's the beauty of us.
Yeah.
I also like the fact that we don't have to.
We can choose better.
We don't have to. And so when you said that business is not easy, I think you are so right. As a woman, what I have done, and tell me your take on this, Karan. As a woman in business for like over 20 something, God, I don't even want to count anymore, because it's like really, really like I'm starting to feel old. And I'm like, this has been too long. And thinking of all the times that I really was successful in business was when I had community. Always, because I had people around me. And let me tell you something else, Karan. And this is why I love writing this book with you ladies, because we all get to share so many different sides of our stories of the strength of who we are, right?
Yeah.
Because I found that when I did get out of the spaces that I felt safe in, right, where people were encouraging me, and even though I was even a little threatened there, because I was like, oh, y'all a little big over here, but even in those spaces, it was challenging, but it was necessary.
Yeah.
And so I want to hear what you feel about that. Like when it comes down to, any of the areas in your life where you feel like, okay, this is very challenging. I need community. And when you talk about how business is such a, sometimes it can be a burden, y'all, because life is going to life. Nothing is going to stop in
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me your take on it, and tell me, what do you think people need to know about
So
this?
be sure that's what you really want, because I've seen um, a lot of business people, particularly women, come and go when they see someone else that they perceive is at a certain level. And I emphasize perceive because your perception of what is your reality, right? So when they see someone else that they perceive is at a certain level, that they're doing this and they're doing so well, and I want to be just like them, so I'm going to be a businesswoman too, I'm going to start a business too. That is not the reason to start a business. That is not it. Because when you get in the crux, when you get in the weeds of what it really takes to be a business person, to be a businesswoman, because I'm a woman, we're women, that's all I can speak to. There's a lot to it. There's so much to it. It's not just being on camera and looking cute as we do. It's more to it than that. It's so much more. All the background stuff is what keeps you on camera. All the background stuff is what keeps you relevant. All of the research, all of the paperwork, all of the certifications, all of the making sure that you paid this fee and that fee, and making sure that you've submitted this form and that form, being on top of it when it's due, when is the deadline, and making sure you're reading the emails. If you're not one to read, get you a good assistant that loves to read. Because when I say it's a lot, I'm grateful because I've kept my head above water, way above water, and I'll add to that because I understood. But it was community that helped me to understand. I'm a bit of a loner by nature. I really am a loner. I love being around people, but I have a limit to, like, okay, that's enough people in for today, right? But I love community and I understand the necessity and the importance of the right community, not just a community, the right community. What do you mean? People are just people. When you are getting something done and want the right mentoring, the right guidance, the correct, let me put it this way, the correct guidance, you want to be choicey about your community that you become a part of. I've been in a few that I'm no longer a part of anymore. Because at first you think, oh yeah, this is the community for me. So you get in, you test the water, you see how, like, oh no, that's not it. And you walk out quietly. This is quiet as you came in. You walk out as quietly as you can, right? Because you understand, no, that's not it for me. And it's a trial and error. You try it, nope, that ain't it, and you walk out as quietly as you came in until you find that right community. Now, keeping in mind, in me, I'm very loyal until I'm not. Don't give me a reason not to be loyal, because then I'm no longer loyal. But when I'm loyal, I'm there because in the people that are around me, I like things to stay the same. I had to get used to people coming and going in the community that I become a part of. Hey y'all, hey Clivia. Um, I had to get accustomed to people coming and going. I know I'm in the right place. They have to decide if they're in the right place. So you don't want to be trendy. You don't want to go because, oh, well, she left, I'm gonna leave too. No, she left because this is not the place for her. It's been working so far. Why are you gonna let one person decide if it's not working for you, right? So as much as it's a journey by yourself because it's your business, your decision, it's a journey with you and your community. As hey Nisa, as Allegra said, community is what has helped her get to where she is, and community has kept me pressing the gas pedal when I wanted to give up, when my client base was almost nothing, when my books seemed like they weren't moving, when it seemed like I wasn't getting any speaking engagements. None of that seemed to be happening, but I kept my foot on the gas because of my community. them sharing their story, like, girl, don't worry, it's gonna happen. You keep consistent, keep showing up, keep being you. It's gonna happen. And sure enough, sure enough, it happens. But community, I cannot emphasize that enough, to have community. Now, you have communities here, you have communities there, and they overlap. And sometimes this one is way over there, but yet you still have community, right? Because you're in that community for this reason, but you're in this community for another reason completely. But that doesn't mean you can't have multiple communities, but also understanding that, make sure you're in the right community, the community that fits you, that serves you and your purpose, and that you are supporting those. And that's another thing. Support is an action word. I'll say that again. Support is an action word. It doesn't necessarily equates to money. Nisa says this in the morning room often, that it doesn't always equal money. Support could be, well, what service can you give me that I can give you? We can exchange services. So, but understanding that you want to support others, not to get support, but you get support because you supported somebody else. You support because you desire to help them, being authentically helpful and being generous with whatever you have, not to the point of depletion, but to a point where you can assist somebody else. That's how you build community. It's hugely important. And again, I would not be still in the business, still writing books. I can't believe I'm on my third book, y'all. It's like, and literally they just come up out of the blue. Holy Spirit says, write this. I say, okay. I say, okay. And I just know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Whether you agree with the premise of my brand, it doesn't matter to me. It's okay, because I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And if you want to have a conversation about it, as I said earlier, just reach out to me, because my community supports me, and I'm good. I'm good. So,
Ooh, put it on a t-shirt. I love that. Karan, and it's the confidence for me. I love this, and thank you so much, Karan, for joining y'all. Listen, give Karan a shout out, because I see Nisa is blowing up the chat. And I love that, because when you said a support is an action word, Nisa was like, exactly. She was like, yes, I am that. And I think, one thing that came up too, Karan, because and you guys, I want Karan to tell you guys some takeaways for you guys to walk away with, because as you heard, she's an affirmation whisperer. She's a best-selling author. How many years have you been doing this, Karan?
Oh gosh, this past March made 3 years.
3 years. 3
Yes.
years, y'all.
Yes.
So in 3 short years, you can be best-selling author 2 times over, right? You can affirm your best life, go through whatever life challenges, and still be like at your best.
Yeah.
And I think that is a good focus, because when you talked about community, you have a community.
Yes.
And there's so many people that are looking for healing right now.
Yeah.
So many people looking for healing
Yeah.
right now. When you were talking about the children, I was like, start with the kids. But I want to let you give them your takeaway on how they can really affirm, right? Because that's really what it's about. It's about getting into your own self and what you need to do and follow your journey like Karan did. And now we get to have the benefit of co-authoring with you, Karan, and really sharing our stories together. So this is what we're here for. Guys, make sure that you get on that list. Well, get the pre-orders. So we actually just launched the pre-orders. Today is our launch day. We want you guys to get excited and get into, all of the like the empowerment that we have going on every single day here. But we just literally piled it into a book for you guys. And we're going to constantly, come back, talk about this all day. I think Clivia was on earlier. She's going to pop on at around 10 o'clock. So you guys have us pretty much all day. But Karan, you said something before you give your takeaway. You said something that I want to talk about too. When you were talking about, well, number one, you said, I know I'm in the right place. I love that, because that's a confidence and a certainty that a lot of people in communities don't get. And that doesn't mean that you're, that you have to stay there. You actually said, feel free to walk away.
Right.
Now, I think that there's a lot of fear behind that, Karan. So the loyalty part that you talked about, you're very loyal, but I think a lot of us are loyal too.
Yeah, we are. We are. We are.
Naturally,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So I love that advice you gave.
Yeah.
Be okay with walking away
Okay.
and
Mm-hmm.
know that you're in the right place when you're
Yeah.
there.
Exactly.
What do you have for us to take away? Any affirmations, any guidance, anything that you would love us to support?
Yes, I want to read just a small excerpt from just a couple of lines from the book. So, the day I stopped waiting for rescue, I discovered that only I held the power to heal, rebuild, and rise again. That quote right there still gives me chills because I decided to heal. Let me tell y'all, make a decision and be committed to your decision. Decide, make a plan, and take action. Everybody don't need to know about it. Everybody don't need to know about it. And I have this tagline that one affirmation, re-engineering your mind one affirmation at a time. And what I mean by that, when you are in the lows of whatever you're experiencing, it is your words, and ain't somebody going to have to prove it to me to prove me wrong. It is your words that will empower you to seek a friend, or pick up your Bible, or go speak to a therapist. You have to make a decision. Now, they may not be spoken words, they may be words that you were just thinking, but yet and still it's words. I need some help, so let me reach out. Words. I need help. I desire to heal. I want to feel better again. I am going to feel better. I am feeling better. You see how well I'm going, y'all? Don't play with me. You don't play. Don't play with me. Words are how we heal. When you are praying, what you are saying in your prayer heals you. By the work of the Holy Spirit churning up within you. Come on now, don't give me the preaching now, y'all. Your words are powerful. I am powerful. I will, powerful. I see, powerful. I do, powerful. Words heal you because the more you speak empowerment to yourself of what is already innately in you, it was put in you at conception, before you were thought of, it was put in you. It is your responsibility to bring it out. Someone said there are so many dreams and ideas at the graveyard. Don't let it be you. Use your words to get started on your journey. Start speaking. I have this litany of confessions. And I said, because I have the mind of Christ, I make good choices. That's one of my affirmations. Because I have the mind of Christ, I make good choices. I do, I will, I seek, I say, even Miss Clivia says, I ask, I knock, I am ready. What? That's a powerful affirmation to say. I seek, I knock, I ask, I am ready. So you're admitting that these are the things I desire and I'm ready for it. Are you really ready for it? Be careful what you say. Because we all have a testimony of us saying we want something. Lord God, please, I want this, and here it is, and we don't know what to do with it. We don't know what to do with it. Our words. You asked, here it is. You sure you want that? Okay. All right, here it is. So, using our words to heal ourselves, to empower ourselves, to remind ourselves of who we are and whose we are and what we can do. I had an experience not too long ago, and daily throughout the day, I had to survive that experience, remind myself of who I am and whose I am and what I can do. And that one action on the part of someone else did not define me. Too many times we allow people in their actions and their words to define us. Why did they create you? Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Okay.
Okay, so y'all gotta tune into Karan's channel. Okay, she's gonna give you guys some stuff over there because she's going off. But thank you for that, Karan. I really appreciate it. It resonated with me so much,
Yeah.
guys. I want you guys to make sure you following Karan. Make sure that you mark it down because you're gonna read her chapter, get to know all about that, what she spoke on, some of those decision making points that she had in her life. I love how you said that. Make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Make a
Yep.
decision. And you know what came up for me, y'all? Life and death is in the power of the tongue.
Hello.
I was like, you do it
Yes.
every time, Karan. You do it to me every time. And then when you talk, I am this, I am powerful, I am amazing, I am strong. I'll be like, God is the great I am. So I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know. But I think, when if I don't think I know. I know that when we actually take control over the words, like when you said it, and I love your takeaway, and I'm only just feeding off the takeaway, y'all, because this is so juicy. We could be here all day, but we gotta go. So but I love that because I do have so many stories, but Karan, to your point, I do deal with a lot of people in my life, from family, friends, and we all do, right? And sometimes someone's own mental health is relying on our words too. Our mental health is relying on our words.
Absolutely.
And I was
Absolutely.
actually having a conversation with someone, and I didn't realize, I don't like to speak negatively. So anytime, to Karan's point, when you practice affirmations over time, you just delete all the stuff that doesn't fit.
Right.
And then you're like, wait, that don't fit. So when someone else says it, you're like, that doesn't fit. And
Absolutely.
people will thank you later because you're empowering their belief again.
Absolutely.
Like speaking life into them to even get
Yeah.
them off of a ledge sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That can be just your words. So this
That's
is more
it.
powerful than we think. So Karan, I can't wait to
Mhm.
connect again. Thank you so much, Queen.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It was a joy to be here. And I pray I said something to encourage somebody. And because that is my intent. Every time I open my mouth, I always ask God before I get out into the world, may when I speak, may his voice be heard. And may I hear with his ears and feel with his heart. Because I understand the assignment. And I understand my responsibility for what I say to whom. So I pray something I said have encouraged somebody, and you know how to reach out to me. So thank you, Allegra, for allowing me to be a part of this project. I'm so excited. My community, y'all, is the reason why I'm a part of this project. Hint, hint.
Y'all get in good community. All right, Karan, feel free to leave at any time. We're gonna keep the live stream rolling, and
All
I
right.
want to kind of have. I'm gonna drop you down, Karan. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Queen. I'll talk to you later. You guys have so many opportunities to connect with people in this community, and Karan is one of those amazing individuals. Y'all listen, if we put her information there, I will also drop her socials. We'll continue down, but I'm going to tell you guys who else is coming on today, and I'm also going to share the actual site where we put together some some photos and some things to kind of describe who the authors are, but mainly the meat of it all is going to be in the book. So right now, you get to actually be one of the first to pre-order the book. Okay, this is not about necessarily. I mean, the price is the price, but you get a really, really big discount if you order it now opposed to later. So just want to throw that in there. But I want to make sure that all the authors get their shine. So we saw Clivia was on today. So shout out to Clivia. Hey, sis. She is actually going to be next in line. And you guys will have, this break between the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to be jumping in. I'm talking about some of our sponsors and some of the WIN activities going on this month. So you guys will still get a lot of great information. But I want to talk about the authors, each one that's coming on. Karan, she was first in line. Then at 10 o'clock, we have Clivia, who is also an author, right? And so we do have authors that supported our book, but then we also have some others that has never written a book before. So I cannot wait to have them come up. We have TC and Nisa coming on at noon. Now, listen, I know Nisa. Nisa was just on this live stream, like blowing up the chat, y'all. So, so I know Nisa is going to give y'all all because, some of the things I love about telling our stories, like Karan was saying, was we get to think more about it as we tell it. We do. We get to actually the more I write my story, because this is the second time I've actually wrote my story according to a book. The first one was the affirmation book that I wrote years ago when I got through my 7-year breakup. Now you guys get to read in the book like a little bit of what I was going through when I was going through that breakup. Okay, so you guys heard a little bit about, all of the things that I overcame, but to dig into some of the things that was happening at that time, in my chapter, I'm going to talk about it. Okay, so you guys make sure that you kind of sit tight, because I'm going to share some things that I feel are so necessary, especially for us as women in relationships. That was my biggest flaw, is that whenever I was in relationships, it didn't matter what relationship it was, I gave way too much away. So I'm going to be going over that in this hour, but just to continue featuring these authors, because you guys got to stay tuned. And if you want to tune in at the hours that these authors are going to be premiering, this is your opportunity to kind of mark it on your calendar. Okay. So we did Quran already. Clivia's coming on at 10 a.m. Hey, sis. Tissy and Nisa at 12. Okay. The girls. And then we have 1 p.m. Sarah and Dr. Nella. Dr. Nella and Sarah are both in New Jersey, so I guess they just tag teaming on us over here, right? And then we have Coach Val, who's going to be coming on at the 2 p.m. and she may stay for the 3. So one thing I want to say too, is that I'm going to be expressing a little bit of the experiences that I kind of wrote in the book. And I want you guys to read my chapter, really, really get this book, read each chapter, and actually think about how it relates to you. The reason why I said that relationships were my biggest downfall is because growing up, y'all, like I was really the people pleaser child, and a lot of us were. And a lot of us still are kind of in that element, right? Grown adults with childish minds, just really trying to figure out how to, self-manage through this life. So when I was writing the chapter, one of the things that came up as I was talking to Quran, it reminded me that there are some feelings that come up when you're writing about who you are. When you're actually telling people, and when Quran said, you have to be very, you're kind of thinking about, should I share that? That's going to come up a lot. And so I want to encourage anyone, because before I started co-authoring this book with the other authors, I already had these things in my mind, right? And these are things that you always think about, especially when, say if I have a client that's dealing with a situation and I'm like, oh my God, your relationships are killing you. Let me tell you about this story. I get to tell my story in those situations. But here's what we've done. We put it in a book so that now you guys can read it over and over and over again. Because the truth is, a lot of us in relationships are allowing ourselves to be so encompassed by it. Myself, in this book, you'll find out that I got swallowed by my relationship with my ex. So, and it was all because I really was willing to have that happen. In that time of my life, it was an agreement with myself. So even when Quran says like your words are powerful, I remember making the decision, which you will read in the book, where I was like, I can settle for this. I literally said it. I made the decision and I said it in my head and I said it out loud. And when I think about that, because part of my goal in the book was to make sure you guys saw it wasn't just about my ex. It was about me, because he was just an extension of how I had relationships. And so, throughout 7 years of all of the, whatever we went through, I was still not dealing with the things that was originally the problem, which was the relationships I had before with, my family, with friends, toxic relationships that I just grew into. And I even had to revisit that. And I'm not going to tell y'all everything in the chapter because, we'll spoil it for you. But you got to read the part where, I'm talking about the healing and recovery phases of what that looked like, because healing looks very, very messy sometimes. It's not cute. And as I was describing my healing process in the book, you will see all of the nuances that happen along your healing process, because you're experiencing new things sometimes you've never experienced before when you're going through healing. And because I was such a big person about I love relationships. I love people. I love having relationships, especially when it comes to, family and friends. So you have to be careful, because as a person with big hearts, some of you are the same way. We got to kind of have boundaries. And so that's what I learned throughout the journey. And so you'll read that in the chapter. You'll read how, look at my big ears. You'll read how I had to discover through all of these things, and how that looked for me. What does life look like for Allegra when Allegra has the relationship she wants to have, not the relationship she thinks she should have, or the relationships that just kind of came along the way. And I rediscovered that. So I talk about that in my chapter because a lot of us, and it's funny because Karan just talked about rediscovered, because that's her title of her book. But I was in my 30s when that happened. Like what you guys are going to read in this book, let me drop this because I know I have Karan's thing still up here. So let me put my chapter up here. But I'm telling you, well, I'll put this site. Seriously, I felt like I felt like a failure for a lot of the challenges that I went through. So you guys are going to read a lot of that in the book. Yeah, trying to navigate through people pleasing, absolutely. So yeah, and that's really what it was. Like, and I don't want to give it away, but it's really what it was. It was just a level of people pleasing that I never dropped, and I didn't really discover who I was for a long time. So when you guys read about these challenges, really, deep dive into what that experience is like, because I actually remember having, my own encounters with people who I resonated with at those moments that I was going through stuff. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like my story. Like that sounds like my story, but I didn't move on it. I didn't take action because the truth is you don't want it to be your story. And so I love how we're sharing different perspectives. So you guys get to read, you get to see like what it is that you can resonate and relate to. And hopefully, it will teach you some things. Another, thing I will say is that because my chapter is really about relationships mostly, you have to decide what kind of relationship you want with yourself first before you actually try and have a relationship with anyone else. And I knew that for a long time in my life, but I didn't know what it looked like. And so, you'll find that there are some things in the chapter where I had to, like Karan said, rediscover what that looked like or discover what that looked like. And here's what happens when you do, right? People get very uncomfortable with who you are becoming. They get extremely uncomfortable with who you are becoming. So I want you guys to, kind of lean back, sit down, get a sip of tea, and just start really digging in, because a lot of the things that people don't want to talk about in their journeys, as far as like, how they feel slighted by family members, friends, and people who they thought would support them, but realize that at the end, they didn't have to support them at all. Like that's an emotional roller coaster that a lot of us go through. And as Karan said, in business, it's not easy. It's never going to be easy. Anything that you are going to get a big reward for, like how we're talking about living the freedom lifestyles we want to have for us and our families, it's going to come with work. It's going to come with, making sure that we have not only did the physical work, but the emotional work, the spiritual work, and the best way to do it is in community. So let me shout out community, because I do want to do a real commercial break for some of the things that we have going on, because we do have a shout out to our corporate sponsor, Mrs. Ernest Cummings, who is also a best-selling author. Okay, shout out, sis. And oh yeah, she was at our conference last year. She spoke, and she also is such an amazing resource, guys. When we talk about community, we're talking about being connected. And most of the time, to be very honest with y'all, when you're getting opportunity, it's not on merit. When you're getting opportunity, because favor ain't fair, a lot of times is who you're connected to that gives you the opportunity that you want. I'm a literal example of that my entire life. So I want you guys to kind of, just, lean into that. Mrs. Ernest is available for our W.I.N members to talk to about government contracting, to talk about, getting registered on sam.gov, to talk about funding from the government, like all of the things that a lot of times we're confused about. We actually have connections in our community that are, sponsors to us and really do empower our women according to our mission. And Mrs. Ernest is one of them. You can also grab her book off Amazon too. So I want to shout her out, because since we're talking about our book launch, I want to honor all of our authors in our community as well. And she's definitely one of the special ones that we truly honor, and blessed to have her, y'all. We also, I do want to also shout out that we are having a garden party in ATL. So because I'm one of the authors, Karan is also one of the authors that's located in ATL. You can actually read our stories in the book. But one thing I will say is that we are most likely, and this is kind of something I'm in the process of speaking with our sponsors with, but if you are going to be in attendance at the Atlanta W.I.N Garden Party on April 12th, which we are going to be learning how to go from seed to success with your ideas and your food. Okay, you got to learn how to grow your food, people. So shout out to Seed Atlanta, because look at these cute seeds. And I wanted to show y'all this because they have purple peas. I have never ever seen purple peas before. But I wanted to shout out Campbell, who is the owner of Seed Atlanta. She's going to be coming and doing a plantini bar for us and showing us how to sip in soil. So if you're going to be in Atlanta and you want to be a part of, some of our community in-person meetups, these are some of the things that we love putting in those bougie gift bags and bougie gift boxes. Okay, so this is actually right here. The seeds that I bought, each seed has a bunch of them in there, but they're so cute. And if you have never checked out Seed Atlanta, I'm going to put their website down there so you guys can click on it. But I just wanted to shout that out because it's just amazing. I did a walkthrough of the venue, and it made me just respect plant life more. Like, I'm like, that's so cool. And these are some of the seedlings, so seed starters. So if you're going to be at the W.I.N Garden Party in ATL next month, we have some nice goodies, and you will also get a copy of Winning Women Trials to Triumph. That's the plus. So we have, we have the supplies for your boxes. They're coming in, and I just wanted to show you all these things because as we are launching the book, you guys can pre-order your book now. I want you guys to be able to also, look at some of the things we have coming up, because you'll also be able to get the book through raffles, giveaways coming up. We have meetups and events that are happening. So make sure that even if you miss the opportunity to get on the pre-order, you just have to look for all the opportunities we have, buy it for your friends, family, and get the stories of all these powerful women out there. But shout out to Campbell, Seed Atlanta, because these are so cute and they're, similar to our community colors. So that's pretty much, sorry. I wanted to show you one more thing from Seed Atlanta, because I was actually looking at some of the plants that she has. I thought they were so cute. So FYI, guys, make sure you stop by Seed Atlanta when you're here in Atlanta. So those are the two commercials I have for y'all. So what I'm doing is I'm filling in space because I'm taking breaks between the live streams, and I'm keeping this live for you guys. I'm going to be switching out screens so that you can actually see the site to the book, and you can kind of read a little bit about the book. I want you to also take a look at each author. The authors that we have for this book, they have worked their butts off, y'all. We have 9 authors, including myself. And I got to change this out because the banner's wrong now. I'm talking, so not Quran. But we have come together, and here's what I love about what the challenges brought for me. Okay, because Quran was right about how you do feel emotions. So like I talked about, like you're going to start reliving some of that stuff and feeling a little bit of, like she said, a little shame, a little judgment on your own self. It's natural. It's natural. And so I love that as well. And I want to also talk about the challenges. I want to talk about like what it feels like to really go through all of the ups and downs of writing your story. So here's my biggest challenge. My biggest challenge was perfecting it. Now, and starting it and perfecting it. Those were the 2 challenges, because those were 2 areas that I struggle with when it comes to, the things that I do in general. So when I went to go, write the first book and then write this chapter, like Quran said, you start thinking like, okay, wait a minute. How should I start it like this? I started to overthink. And what I learned from that, and each time that I do that, is that I'm still not fully present, right? I'm still not fully present in what I want and how I'm doing it. So throughout that process, I give myself grace. And I was definitely challenged because at this big age that I'm at, I felt a little bit triggered. Like, why do I still feel like this? Why do I still do this? And I think Quran said that too. Quran said, it feels like you're betraying yourself because you don't need to, you're not supposed to be doing it. You know that perfectionism is hurting you. You know that, you know, procrastination is hurting you, all those things. And I definitely am a procrastinator sometimes because I'm recovering from it. I ain't fully recovered. And so there are things that I believe that did help me. Like Quran said, community did help write this book, because without having the Women into Networking WIN community come through, and just like Sarah was absolutely incredible. And shout out to Sarah Curcio, because she's the reason why we even have this book right now. We would not be launching a book today if Sarah Curcio did not say to me one day, Allegra, I think that this would be great for the community. And I agreed. And now here we are a couple months later with a book. It's unreal. It's unreal. So, so even though I had those challenges, like procrastinating some things and really looking at like some of the areas that I was lacking, I had other community members like Sarah encouraging me and reminding me of things and saying, it's okay, Allegra, let's get on a call. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. So I really want to just shout that out, because community, I think we take it for granted and we don't actually know when we can be in solitude to understand who we are at certain points in times, but to remain in solitude is not healthy. And that's one of the things that I also talked about in my chapter, where I had to be in a quiet place because I wasn't doing what I needed to really work on me. Like, I didn't want to feel it. I just didn't want to feel the pain. I didn't want to feel what I was feeling. And so, that's what happens. You start to, you just start to try and dilute the situation, but you have to feel it. And so in order to feel it, you have to get all of the support you can. And that's what I talked about in my chapter. So you guys, make sure you read chapter 1. It's going to get you together, okay? Getting ready for all the other co-authors that have put their heart and soul into the book. Winning Women, Trials to Triumph is a book that not only is going to be something that we will be able to pass down for the rest of our lives, right? Like, we can literally say for the rest of our lives, we came together as a community, 9 women, and we inspired with our stories. And that book is going to continue. Now, here's what I will say too, because I was inspired when I wrote my chapter, and I was thinking about all the other members in our WIN community. And I'm thinking, we got to write another book. Because there are so many of us that just have to share our story. And that's really what my biggest thing was. Like, how do I share my story, or how do I get to share others, have them show their stories ongoing? Because this is something, like earlier when Karan and I were talking about, women have only been in business for 50 years. I mean, not business. Women have only been in corporate for 50 years and business for less. So the reason why I bring that up a lot is because it's a very short window, and there's still things that we're learning and we don't have grasped yet. So we have to constantly learn and encourage each other. Community is going to be the vessel for that. Like, the way that we do business as women is really supporting, nurturing, loving, and that's the best. That's the best way to even fill ourselves up. Like, I don't know about you, but when I encourage another woman, opposed to, or a man, whoever, but when I encourage someone and when I give them a more of a nurturing approach when I'm dealing with business, even though it may not necessarily be personal, like, I'm still giving them my nurturing approach as a woman, because women and men deal with things differently. And so I think that when we look at how we're growing in business, we have to keep sharing our stories, because somebody's story, even your story, is going to take someone else's life to another level. And that's how you grow, in business. And so as we're growing in business and we're growing in challenges and we're balancing that as women, my prayer is that we're able to continue writing these books and including more of our community members. So that's the goal. Okay, that's the goal. All right. So what I want to do is I actually want to pause for a moment. I do want to test some things out too. So I'm testing this out as well to see if, let's see. See if it shows me. Okay. Yep. So if you guys go to the website, you can actually, that's so funny. I'm literally watching you watch me. I'm watching me watch me, and on the W.I.N website is so cool. So I'm going to drop this here, share it. It's going to look weird, so y'all don't mind it because the camera part is on. Okay, test this out real quick. All right. Stop camera. And guys, as I'm doing this is kind of like this mini break. We have another speaker coming on at 10 o'clock. I'll be coming in and out for the next 5 minutes. I'm just going to adjust a couple things. And then what I'm going to come back to is I'm going to do one more sponsor shout out because we do have one W.I.N that came to support our meetups, and also we're doing a fundraising with them. I want you guys to get some more information about W.I.N community as we're talking about the winning women. This is a tongue twister, y'all. The winning women trials of triumph. You will see that on the Amazon live. You tab the Amazon live. You'll be able to see that for our pre-orders. So if you have not gotten a pre-order list, and then you won't get that pre-order link. So I want you guys to make sure that you get on a pre-order list and that you actually get the book early. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we have special prices for pre-orders. Pre-orders are basically when you order the book well in advance before the book comes out. The book comes out and launches March 28th. So we're giving you guys like a firsthand access to the actual book. And then we're also, of course, our women are coming through. They're going to be talking about their stories. So you guys are going to be able to hear the ladies before you even read about them. So this is the best part, because if you come on these lives and you're like, wait, I got questions, you can feel free to ask your questions, but also use this time to like make connections, because you never know how you're going to need to reach out to each author later. But this is one of those opportunities for you guys to just, take a look at the website. I'm going to drop it here on the live. Clivia said, I'll be there. Hey, sis. I listen. We're going to have a ball today. And I purposely made sure that all day was the day, because we have to be very intentional about the things that we're doing. I want to be so available for people who are just like, what is this winning women trials to triumph? Like, I've been seeing the posts. I've been hearing people talk about it. I've been seeing people's faces on it. Y'all, listen, this is not just a book. This is an actual movement for women in community. This is an opportunity for women to actually test the ability to come together and to test all of their expertise and how it fits. What we found is that every time we come together for a project, and this is what blows my mind, is that it becomes seamless because of all the hands that are involved. Because what I'm good at, someone else is not, and what someone else is really good at, I am not. And so we literally get to put all of our expertise together. So this is what I will say, because this is what just came to mind. If you're listening and you're like, yeah, heck yeah, I'm going to get that book. Okay, get your pre-orders. We already got that. So I'm going to put that up here. But I also want you to make sure that you think about, if you want to be an author, like, is that your dream? And it, like maybe you don't want to be an author. Maybe you just want to write a book, right? Because sometimes people think about author and they're like, I'm not really wanting to do it. No, maybe you just want to write a book. When I wrote my first book, I didn't say I want to be an author. I said, I need to do this for me. So maybe you need to do this for you. So Women into Networking WIN is a nonprofit business networking community, and we do events and activities all the time to empower women entrepreneurs. Outside of the virtual and in-person meetups and programs and projects we have, we'll do things like this book collaboration, which I thought was just absolutely incredible. Shout out to you again, Sarah. And now we get to bond for life with this book. Okay. So if you want to be a part of that type of situation, if you're like, I like that vibe, then what I want you to do is I want you to DM me, let me know that that is something you're interested in. And I'll start looking into what that looks like for our next round, because it already looks like this is one of the most important things that we're going to probably have to do, not just for our community members, because they're getting their stories out there into the market. And we're going to be passing that book around to all of our partners. We have so many locations that we're going to be sharing that book in. It's going to be located on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles. We have so many listing sites that we actually are ready to make sure that that's available for you on March 28th. So please, please, please make sure that if you are like, I have a desire, don't let that small spark go away. It may feel like a little nudge today, but it turns into a fire and a boulder tomorrow. You want to keep working on that thing and let community encourage you. All right. So I'm going to pause for a moment. Let me go ahead and black out. Jesus. Not black out on y'all. Oh, okay. So it seems like there's doing some editing. So let's go over a couple things for you guys. And I will, and then we will take a break. I want you to see, I want to share this. Okay, this is what I want to share. So, oh no, that's not what I want to share. The page of Winning Women. So it looks like we have, okay, so we're live. So you see, I'm clearly sitting here looking at y'all, looking at me, looking at y'all. So this is on the page right now. If you want to go to the page, Women Winning Women, I'm going to be so tongue-tied with this. Winning Women, Trials of Triumph. I want you to go ahead and you can go over there now and you can just watch the video if you're not on your social media channels. This video is airing from YouTube. But down here, it tells a little bit about the book. And it also, gives you the link. So this is where you're going to click and you're going to actually go ahead and get your pre-order copy on March 18th is today. Continue to come back to this page because this is not going to go away. We have this open for you all month long so that and honestly, if you guys support the WIN community and you want to get your books, we actually didn't even push being a best-selling author. But one of the things that I noticed is that we have a lot of women that are needing support in areas where, say like you have self-help, self-development and things like that. So I don't know how this is going to be, y'all, because the truth is that a lot of these books that we're writing, we don't know how it's going to impact people, how powerful it's going to be in their lives. So just make sure that you get yours sooner than later, so you can start really getting into some of these WIN stories. But remember, it won't launch until March 28th. Right now, you're just getting your pre-order. And once you get your pre-order, we're also giving away special gifts and you get your huge discount. And also, you got some surprises coming. I'm not going to give it all away. Just get your pre-ordered copy and you'll see you'll see when you get what you get. Okay, so this is basically where I wanted to guide you, so you can go ahead and click on, getting your pre-order copy there. And then we do have the event. Like I said, I wanted to make sure that we highlighted some of the things that we have coming up. So you'll be seeing some of our authors. We're going to add them back here to make sure that you get to meet them individually. You'll also see the author layouts so that they'll be able to, you'll be able to connect with each author specifically, and especially if you read their book and you really want to talk to them, we'll have that connection here on this page. So make sure you keep coming back to the Winning Women page on the community website. Yeah, and I already did that, so I'm gonna stop sharing. Awesome. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to test something, and I want to see if we can get some music here for you guys. So give me a second. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of a break here. I just want to get ready for our 10 o'clock. And while we're on our break, what I want you guys to do is I want you to start just kind of taking a look at some of the things that we have going on in our community. I will be dropping some links along the way. And I will see you guys back here for our next interview. All right. Ooh, that was very loud. Sorry, y'all. What was that? What was that? Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So here we are again. Sorry about that, guys. We had some technical issues, but we are back. I have the next author, Clivia Allen, who is in the building. All right, so virtual building. So we're going to talk to you about Clivia's story. I don't know what chapter she's in, but we've been featuring all of our co-authors from our WIN community members who dedicated their time and their energy and their efforts to writing their stories in one collaborative book that will tell you 9 stories of women who overcame from trials to triumph. I'm getting really good at this, y'all. So I really want to, highlight Clivia to talk about some of the things that she experienced writing her chapter. And also, we're going to get to know her. So let me, real quick, bring her up. I'm cracking up at your Clivia. You're so funny. Let me bring Clivia up. You guys, please give Clivia a round of applause. Okay. Clivia is in the building looking amazing. Hey, Clivia.
Hi. I don't even know why I wrote you what I wrote you, but that's how I'm feeling.
It's because it's just giving transparency. That's all. It's one of our core values here, authenticity. I love that. And thank you so much for being here and for showing up at your best self, being able to share your story, y'all. Listen, tune in, share this live. We're here all day.
Yes.
But Clivia is one of our authors. We're going to ask her some questions. Okay. If you guys have questions for Clivia, please feel free to drop them in the chat, the comments. We're going to be here for a little while. Clivia, do me a favor, introduce yourself so they get to know who you are. Okay. I know you, but tell them who you are in your words.
Okay. I am Clivia. I am from the Caribbean. I was born in Trinidad, the beautiful island of Trinidad. Migrated to Brooklyn, New York, lived there for over 30 years. Now I reside in Florida. Single mom of 2, divorced mom of 2, I should say. And I'm a believer. I grew up in the church and I have a firm foundation. And, even sharing part of my story, I would say part. I don't think I went deep. And I think I'm in chapter 3, but just knowing from the beginning that I was chosen. And although I'm now the host of hashtag Her Chosen Story, where I interview women and now men to share their untold stories, here I am, share my story. I don't get this opportunity as much. So it is definitely a pleasure to be here, although a little nervous. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here and to be part. I know, right? What's wrong with me? To be part of this community. I have 2 siblings. I'm the middle child, and being a middle child, there were, some things that I experienced. I just always felt kind of left out. So I knew I was chosen in spite of. So that's a little bio of who I am.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And yes, I knew a little bit about the Caribbean and you. Okay. And also, I know because Clivia, you came to our conference the first time I physically was able to wrap my arms around you, honey. And still remember, I was like, hey, girl. Hey, girl.
Hey,
And
girl.
we had so much fun.
Yes.
And one thing, because my mom also came to the conference, y'all, and y'all see my mom because she's trying to get into WIN heavy, y'all. She's out there being the WIN brand ambassador at this point. And
Yes.
she's, from Sanford, Florida. And I remember when you said that and you talked about, some of who you are, and that came out. My mom was like already connected with you. She was like, oh my God,
Yes.
that's where I'm from. That's my family.
Yes.
So
Great.
thank you for that. Now, Clivia, this is not your first time writing a book.
It's not.
Did you go through any feelings that came up for you? I would love to hear if there was any feeling, whether good, bad. Let's talk about it. Like, did anything come up for you while you were writing this story?
Yes, because this is the first time that I wrote about myself. I mean, the books that I started writing ebooks, I want to say during 2020, during COVID, But my first book, I actually I penned it in 2007, published it in 2010. After I released it, I had a whole book signing. I'm like, I'm not an author. I just wrote a book. That's what I said. And it could have been, signs of imposter syndrome, not believing in what I've accomplished. Because obviously, if you publish a book, you are a published author. So even in 2010, that story, it wasn't even about me. But after people read it, they said, was that about you? Girl on the train sees I would say a shorty, 6 foot. And the name of the book is Luck, Chance, Coincidence, God's Favor. So people just thought, knowing who I was, this church girl, here she is writing about herself. But that wasn't the case. I just took different ideas during the time I was unemployed in 27, just graduated with my bachelor's. So I had time on my hands, single, just doing whatever. And that was like I won't say the birth, but the beginning of what I didn't know, right? Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And I didn't see this. I didn't see this day coming where I would be writing about who Clivia is, what she's been through. So those feelings, and again, the other books that I wrote, whether it was a children's book, whether it was a book about, fatherhood, it was a book on affirmations, love, women sharing their pregnancy stories, and again having a platform where women verbally share their stories. It was never about me, because I didn't want it to ever be about me. I just wanted to be in the background. But now here I am. Here I am. So it was emotional. I would definitely say emotions, because in my story, in that chapter, I share about, being young, married, children, still pushing through, going back to school to get my master's, not even telling people what I was going through in my marriage. So it was a lonely road. So writing about some of those things, of course, you think about what you went through. So yeah, kind of triggered different emotions. So it was something. But then to see that I've pushed through, because I went through it, I didn't stay there. I didn't get stuck. So I knew that journey had to, continue. And like I say, here I am. And I knew I was chosen to even meet you. I mean, Karen was on earlier, and it was through her that we were able to meet. And my prayer has always been to have a community, and community has been the highlight, so far of what I've been hearing. And community it's key when it comes to your personal life, when it comes to your spiritual life, when it comes to your mental health. Community, it's everything. So I'm, again, so humbled to even be here to share.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Clivia. And I just really appreciate your transparency, because you're truly one of the people, when you're right, Karan is someone that introduced us, and that's what community is about, connection. I mean, we literally get to easily slide into each other's lives. Like, oh girl, I'm so alive. Because like attracts like, I believe. And that's kind of exactly what happened. Thank you for sharing just some of those challenges too, because there's some things I wrote down, and we're going to deep dive, y'all. So make sure you guys, like I said, like I saw Coach Dawn was like, woohoo, Clivia, she loves you.
That's my number one supporter. I love her.
and we, this is what I love, is that, there's, I think you said it and Karan said it, and a lot of us are saying it. Community is not just one space,
right?
We have to honor that for ourselves, because we're one person, but we get to kind of spread ourselves into spaces that really serve us and fill us up. And and I just, even like, I got your book, just hearing you talk about you writing your book and being an author, but then not actually sharing the story behind it all. It's crazy, because I think that is a real struggle for a lot of people. And you talked about some things that I feel like you said, is self-sabotaging. So I think you'll be the perfect person for anyone who's facing like that self-doubt, self-sabotaging, hey, how do I get out of that? And what does that look like? Because it's different for all of us. It was something I wrote down, and I didn't finish the last word because I got excited. So I ain't gonna ask that. But you talked about a lot of things. So you said love, chance, confidence, God's favor. They thought it was the story of your life, but it was just stories that you collected because you were serving people. That kind of got me, because I believe that in order to be in community, you have to believe in community, right?
Right. Yes,
Um,
exactly.
what does that feel like for you to, because I think sometimes we can serve at a fault.
Yeah.
So do you have to put up boundaries when it comes to that? Like, what does that look like with you when it comes to finding, like Karan said, the right community? Our
Yeah,
community.
it took right. It took time, and trust. You mentioned the word boundaries. I think one of my defaults is always giving people the benefit of the doubt, right? And I have a small circle of friends. I call it not even a circle, maybe a square, maybe a triangle. It's a small group of us, because sometimes we look at, and, to mention Karen again, I share a platform with her where we co-host Affirmation, and we talk about different things. And this is one of the things we talk about, where who you're riding with, who's on that journey with you, right? And some people realize it may not be your family. It may not be not even your best friend. It might be the stranger that you might meet 10 years from the day you started your business, right? So the people that start may not be the people that finish. And the people that hop on that ride, are they the ones that's really going to encourage you, hold you accountable, that you can confide in, like, hey, I'm not feeling good today. I don't want to go live. I don't want to write this story, right? I just want to stay in my bed and just be lazy or whatever it is, right? So there are now boundaries that I set where I don't allow nothing and no one. I call it outside noise. I don't allow the outside noise to deter what I would say God has planned for me, because He has a plan, not to harm me, but to give me a hope and a future. So if He has that plan, I can allow outside noise to hold me back, right? Because I'm walking, and I'm so sorry, my steps are ordered. And if my steps are ordered, I have to set boundaries, right? I mean, from posting to, again, doing interviews, I hear people say, oh, what's Clivia coming up with next? What is she doing next? And yet still, and if I send out a link, or even to having people, tune into this, I may get a little heart on the top left, or a thumbs up, but are you really supporting? Are you going to purchase the book? Are you going to tune in? Are you going to share the link? Because sometimes, again, support doesn't mean monetary, but are you resharing? Are you, you know what I'm saying? So there has been boundaries that I honestly had to set in order for me to move forward. And I've been A-okay with those boundaries. Because again, it always goes back to me being chosen. Many are called, few are chosen. And I know I'm one of those few. And because I know I'm chosen, I have to complete the work. I have to do it regardless. Yeah.
I love the attitude you have about that. It's so powerful. So I want to go a little deeper. Can I go deeper, y'all? Can I
go deeper? I
Olivia,
guess.
I promise y'all, these interviews are not rehearsed, and like we don't actually have these questions ready. I'm just like, what did she say?
Jotting
Okay, we
down
got
it. Right.
you talk about in your book, in your chapter that you mentioned earlier, and you guys make sure that she said your chapter 3. You said,
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So y'all gonna get to Clivia real fast, okay? So so when you read her chapter, make sure you save her information. So Clivia, please put your contact information there. I want to pull it up, but I want them to have it if you have it available now. That way you guys know how to connect with Clivia after you read her amazing story, because you talked about being young, married with children. And I want you to kind of take us into a little bit of that place, because I think we sometimes overlook the challenges, like especially as women, because it's like, okay, like you young, you can have kids, and you can get married again, and but we go through some real devastations as women when we go through these things. It changes us sometimes. So tell me about a little bit of that.
Yeah. So I mean, growing up, again, being a middle child, I loved Barbies. I actually still have my Barbies. They're in my storage right now. And my daughter can't get them because they hold a special place in my heart. I tried to give her.
Wait, you're a doll collector?
Somewhat.
A Barbie collector?
Yeah, I am. On the low.
Some secrets,
but besides that, I've always been in my room. And it's been a journey. Again, leaving Trinidad, I was 5. I remember living in a basement with, it was 5 of us, my 2 siblings, my parents, living in a basement in Brooklyn. Every time it rained and got flooded, we had to always go upstairs. Thank God, I call her aunt. My aunt was able to have us, just stay upstairs. Then we moved into a 1-bedroom. So 5 of us in a 1-bedroom. Then from the 1-bedroom, we went into a 2-bedroom apartment. Then my dad started ministry. The money he would have had for a down payment on the house, he took that and put it into ministry. So eventually we were able to purchase a home. I've seen that journey with my parents. So I always knew I wanted a marriage where my husband would be God-fearing. My husband would be this man of valor. We would have children. Always wanted a girl first, then a boy. And again, just seeing my parents' journey from another country to just making it, right? Where again, I saw my dad lead a ministry. I was very highly involved in ministry. I was in a 3-year relationship in college. And I think I mentioned some of these things. And that relationship was beautiful. But then it ended in a very, I would say, new generation way, through a text message, and heartbroken, right? I was heartbroken, but I wasn't looking for my next. I was just, and again, this was actually the time when I started to write my first book. So I was single. I was on a temp job. I worked at Department of Ed for 4 years, so during my college years. So I was always independent, started working at 16. And one day, this was now in 2009, this young man came to my church and my mom saw him. Long story short, exchange, she gave me his number. I called him some days later. So this was January of 2009. He proposed 2009, December 2009. And again, looking back, I have friends that says, I told you so. Friends that said, you're moving too fast. My sister said, pump your brakes. All these things, but I didn't want to hear it. And they told me, this is a rebound, Cliffy. You were in a 3-year relationship with this guy. You guys had fun. You're still young. And I knew I knew I was a wife, right? I knew I was able to give somebody love. I knew I wanted to just start. So this was now, I'm age 24, married the year after, 6 months later. I actually, and this is something I don't think I shared in the book. I'll share it because, again, I'm all about transparency. Why did I get married? And there's a movie with that title, and that might be a book. Who knows? Why did I get married? Might be my next book. I got married because I had sex before marriage, and he was my first. And I was devastated. I'm like, nope, we have to get married because I can't see myself, doing this with somebody else. We have to get married. And not to say I pressured him, because he wanted to get married. And I think for him, that was an opportunity, like, well, she's mine. He didn't have a relationship with his mom. Just, we call them red flags. And there weren't much green flags, but I thought I can change those flag colors. He's going to change. There was just, he used to drink, he used to party. Those things weren't me. It wasn't what I wanted in, let's say, my future husband. But he proposed. I said yes. 6 months later, married. Honeymoon, he went clubbing. I stayed in the room. Just things happened along the way. Then I got pregnant the same year, later in the year. So things were just like this. And my dad would sit in his office and he would say, Clivia, slow down. So this is even after marriage, slow down. He's like, you ever see a car just going down a hill and you can't control the brakes? He's like, that's you right now. And I didn't want to hear it. I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Got pregnant. I started to feel like a single parent, even though the child wasn't born yet. And I'm like, I don't want to feel like a single parent. I don't want to be the one at home doing homework alone. And I used to express that. Let's go to counseling, because you've never been married, which he actually was married before. I've never been married. And I'm like, let's get some training, right? And for me, even now, I'm planning a men's conference where I think men need community. Men needs what we have, right? And I know we're women into networking and men that support them, but men need support. They need a community, because these young men need to know how to treat women. Women need to know how to treat men. So we need to come together and do this thing. Like, so he needed that type of thing. And then growing up without a father. But then we talk about the age of technology where I feel like, okay, now we have a son. So we had a son first. And I'm like, okay, let's break the cycle. You didn't grow up with your dad. What are you going to do to change that? And things just happened. I was on birth control, came off birth control because then we went to counseling. Things were maybe looking up and then they just started going down. Anger problems. I'm not an argumentative person. And things just started to happen. 3 years later, we had my daughter. Very stressful pregnancy. And I'm like, is this what marriage is? No, I don't think so. Is it just about sex? People in the church gave me advice. Fake it till you make it. If he wants it, give it. Be submissive and all these things. And I'm like, how can I be this person? No. And I lost myself. And a lot of us lose ourselves in our marriage. Our dreams die. Our, self-esteem die. Why? Because we're trying to, whether it's compromise, again, the word submissive. And I look back and see submissive not as someone controlling you, but having such a strong communication, with your spouse that you're able to talk to each other. We didn't talk. We weren't friends. We didn't hang out. The day, the 7th, so this marriage lasted for 7 years. And for 7 years, it was just like this. It was like that. It was a journey. And on year 7, I actually went back to school, as I mentioned in the bio, where, it was really to be promoted. And I mentioned some of that in the book where I wanted an opportunity to be seen at work because I wasn't seen in my marriage. There was just things that I thought would have been better. I got very comfortable at the job that I had. So I stayed. I'm like, okay, married now, have children, great coverage. I don't have to worry about anything. Let's just stay here. I was the front desk receptionist. But again, God had a plan even with that because I was able to, people came in sick and left better, maybe not physically, but they felt better spiritually, mentally. Like, you know what? They used to call me Cece. I love coming in and talking to Cece. I don't even have an appointment. Let me just go say hi to her. And I've watched people elevate that came in after me. Example, my sister. And I was okay, right? But again, that was probably just me being very content. Some people call me very passive, very naive, all the things. But I knew God had me in that place. And eventually, year 7, I knew we went away and I just heard a whisper, this is it. It is finished, right? On the cross. Those were some of the words, 3 words that Jesus said on the cross. It is finished. His mission on earth was completed. Not to say my mission on earth, but my mission, it was completed. I was tired. I was tired of trying. I was tired of crying. I was tired of being hurt. And it just became, I was bitter. And for anybody that knows me, see these teeth? I have all my teeth in my mouth. And sometimes you can see all of them when I smile. You weren't seeing, and even if you saw a smile, it was fake because I had a mask on. Again, friends didn't know what I was going through. Parents didn't know, siblings didn't know. And my parents knew because he told. I didn't tell my parents what I was going through. My sister, we became close as adults. She didn't know, and now we are close. And sometimes we would laugh about it. We talk about it because it was a journey. And she wished I listened. She wished that, I was more open when I was married. But honestly, my 2 blessings, I call them my Z's. That is why maybe we were put together. And there's the scriptures that what God has joined together, let not man put us asunder. I think we put ourselves together. We chose to get married. I chose to say yes, but it's definitely, that's the story in itself. Why did I get married? And I'm here today. And I've always believed in love. I've always believed I have so much love to give, so much love to receive because God is love and he showed that love. He showed that compassion without judgment, right? A lot of people look for the glitter, the gold. I don't have it, right? And that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone that just authentic. And I can say maybe I found that person. I am seeing someone, probably the first time I'm saying that publicly, and it's going great, and I know that God just, in his timing, everything in his timing, but God is just so faithful. And yeah, it's definitely been a journey. It's been a journey.
Girl, I felt like I read a whole book just from your young and restless, honey. Like, I'm what? So I love that because I love that because I feel like I can relate so much to your story. There were so many areas in there that you just mentioned, from the way that you made the choice to be in the relationship. Oh my God. I just, there's just so much to it. So here's what I got to go by my notes because there's so much floating in my mind. Um, when you said men need community, it kind of hit me in that moment that we have focused a lot of our energy around women, but women are at the forefront of it all anyway. Like we birth the
Right.
entire world. The men have something to do with it, but we really do are the guiders, the teachers, the nurturers, right? And so I love how you're saying that when we heal ourselves, like from the whole story you told, it sounded like you had to make a decision. Here it goes, Karan. Make a decision on the life that you want to live for you. And I love how you actually put it in perspective, because the truth is sometimes we have to go back and look at it and say, wait, what happened? And
Yeah.
to be honest, I think that's the only way you can tell your story, because if you don't look back and say, wait,
Yes.
what happened there? Like and you had to go through something to have a story to tell.
Exactly. And let me tell you real quick, Allegra, I remember being young. I accepted Christ at age 7. My dad, again, was a pastor, preacher, minister, all the things. And when I heard the story of hell and condemnation, and I'm like, nope, I don't want to go there. I
Right,
need to
right.
serve Christ. And I
I'm
was,
going to
again, maybe being a Caribbean child, I wasn't rude, but I had maybe some type of rudeness in me, because I remember getting spanking and I'm like, this thing hurts. So I stopped. But at age 7, I accepted Christ, and I was baptized at age 8. And even growing up as a child, as a preteen, I'm like, what sin would I commit? What testimony would I have? What story would I have to tell? And now here I am telling a story. So, like you're saying, we sometimes have to be patient because we never know what tomorrow holds. But things would happen throughout our lives, right? Where whether I could have been an addict, I could have been from that time of having sex before marriage. Maybe I would have loved it that I would have been sleeping around, all these different things. I don't know. And we don't know what that story would look like. But when we go through these things, like, oh, that's what it is. And that's going to be our life story.
Oh my God. Every time I talk to you, I feel like I'm just diving into this thing. It's like it's a comfy area, y'all, but it's so wide open because there's so much to talk about in here, from, you know, you mentioning this and how your story had to happen in order for you to be able to tell it, and in order for you, and it also came up like we do know that in order for us to become more resilient and confident about ourselves in life, we do have to go through some stuff, and
Yeah.
we don't know what that looks like. And so, yeah, you put it a lot in perspective. You could have ended up being a lot of things, and thank God it didn't happen. And that's what I think I'm pulling out from it. Anyone listening that is going to read your chapter and going to like say, oh my God, like I'm going through that right now. I
Yeah.
related to you sticking in a relationship, making a decision based on what you think is right. Trusting yourself above God, and then figuring out, oh, well, maybe I made that decision and maybe that
Yeah.
wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Those are real reflections. So thank you so much. Um, what did I write here? Because I wanted to say, you said something that you said you thought you could change his flag colors. Like, y'all, listen, it hit me so hard because I've heard so many of these things different ways. But when you said that, I'm like, exactly. Because if you tell us about a child, because what would you say to people who are like in relationships actually thinking that can actually happen? I did it,
Yeah.
and it
You
still
you
ended
can't
up.
change someone. You can't change someone if they don't want to change. And again, those were lessons I learned along the way. I remember going to a counseling session, and one of the things I shared with the it was a pastor. He said, I told him, well, I've been told, oh, you don't want to see my true colors, right? So again, we're talking about flags. So you don't want to see my true colors. And the guy said, because it's so fun. I went through so many things in this marriage, and again, it makes me laugh when we think about maturity. Again, I thought I could change this flag colors. When we look at age, right? although I said I was young, I was mature, I was independent. And not to say men fear independent women, but even though I was independent, I could have been submissive. I understood my role, quote unquote, role as a wife, right? So it wasn't like me trying to be the male or the masculine person in a relationship or what we call the alpha person. I knew my place in the marriage. But when that other person isn't leading, it's like, what's happening right now? Like, give me the middle name of our daughter. I'm gonna choose the first name. Give me the second. I'm still waiting on what that name is. And just certain things like not even being laid back. He was a working man. Um, he provided in a way, his car was priority at sometimes I experienced that, but I just looked at the whole picture and I'm like, he's gonna get better. He accepted Christ some years later. Because again, he met me in the church. He was actually a visitor. He met me there. And again, just certain things I blocked out, knowing that that's not what I wanted in a spouse, in a person that would be the father of my children and all these things. And when the pastor therapist said, be careful, because what he's telling you, the person, don't let him show you the person he is. He said, that's the person he is. That angry person, that person that's going to cuss you out, that's going to call you out of your name. He said, run. And I said, ooh, because he found that therapist. He thought he was doing me a favor because we had a male therapist, we had a female therapist, we had, so this person was from his country, this person was a male. So he probably thought he was getting the better end of the stick, as we call it. But it wasn't even about that, but it was an eye opener. And he told me run because it was like you're in for trouble. So those flag colors, they're not going to change if he's not willing to change. And even after that, like I'm big on communication. So even after the sessions, I used to, okay, what now? What are we going to be proactive about? And it would be good for a week and it'll just go right back, right back. And having young children, I remember even before marriage, and people will call me to talk about relationships. And I'm like, don't stay in a marriage for your children. Don't stay in a relationship just because you have children with this person. This is what I used to tell them, right? Because I like, do you want to die in that? And then here I am in a marriage, staying in the marriage because now we have a son. I don't want my son to grow up without his father. Now we have a daughter. I don't want my daughter to grow up, And I'm like, it was hurting me. I was dying. I was literally dying. I was not myself, right? And I'm like, I gave advice to people, and here I am not taking my own advice. And again, no one gets married to get divorced. We want to stay in it. But if I knew those flag colors weren't going to change to, let's say, green, where we would live till death do us part, we would be able to travel, and him leading and if we don't have, if the man don't have a vision, where are we going? Where are we going? Because I didn't want to take the place of him, right? He's the head and we're to follow and all these things. And so I couldn't change those flag colors.
I'm sorry, I'm hit forever with this statement. Thank you so much, Livia, for sharing that. And also, there's a few things, a lot that came up for me, but I'm really curious about, these red flags and how you handled it, because there's so many things we can pull out of your story. And I relate completely, because when you talked about how you actually had little breadcrumbs along the way where people are like, don't go there, don't do that. You're driving down a hill with pump your brakes. So
yeah.
When you like, can you walk us through the emotions around that a little bit? Because I'm very analytical. So in my mind, and I'm very imaginative. So in my mind, I'm thinking that had to be like either you were just like, I'm not leaving this man. This is the decision I made, and it doesn't matter what comes my way. And I think that is really what we go back to, which is making a decision. And that was it. It didn't matter who told you what, like you said. Can't change the man, and no one could change you. But what kind of emotions were you actually feeling every time you got a little breadcrumb? Like you said, your dad said something to you, and that hit me. I like your dad. But can you just kind of like, spread a little vulnerability here, because I know it had to have been hard to hear things coming from people you love, and then turning around. And then also, if you can kind of tell us if it had an impact on you when you did have the divorce. Like, did your family come through for you, or was it like a told you so? Walk us
Right.
through that a little bit, because I'm curious, y'all. I'm so curious.
Yeah. Yeah, I call it being bashed from from the beginning of dating and courting. I mean, I remember maybe 2 months in, we had a family plan, and I came off the family plan to be on his plan. 2 months in, um, again, we was just like this. I've been on a roller coaster by default, and that thing it's scary, right? Because you're just going, you don't know when it's going to stop, when it's going to go in reverse, when it's all those feelings. So again, I've always been hopeful. I've seen myself again growing old with this person. Then we talk about love. Was it love or lust? I think he was infatuated with me. He has this beautiful, beautiful wife, independent, loves the Lord. She can sing, she can dance, she can do all these things. I love her. So when we went into rooms, my name wasn't Clivia. And I know a lot of people have issues with pronouncing my name, but I was his wife. This is my wife. It was always my wife. And we see people where they say trophy wife. I never wanted to be that, but I wasn't able to return that. And I'll tell you a few things, Allegra. We would go into rooms. I was always introduced, this is my wife. And I used to sit and think, can I go into a room and say, this is my husband? No. I was embarrassed because I never knew who he was that day. I didn't know what he would have said that day. I didn't know what reaction he would have. So it was a struggle. It was a struggle. And when it was coming time to that, again, this was 2017. I mean, from sleeping in different rooms. I did an interview during, I think it was 2022, and I ended up being like the interviewee because the person, we were sharing different things about mental health, and she said, you found your purpose in your pain. During my separation, when it was coming out to an end, we planned to take the children to Disney. That was in 2016. 2016, yeah, 2016. And I needed extra funds. And I was in a relationship where I was never, let's say, given money to, hey, go do your nails, go get your hair done. I always had to take care of myself. And if the day I got $20, $50, I had to pay it back. Right. So it wasn't even the marriage you would think, like, is this a roommate? Is this someone you just split the bills with? So certain things I didn't get to, I would say, experience. And coming down to the end, well, again, 2016, still hopeful because we took the children on vacation, our first family vacation. I started making beaded jewelry and I fell in love with it. I never used to wear them, but fell in love with it. And that was my escape. So although I cried, the children never saw me cry. He never saw me cry, but I had a little setup in my kitchen and that was my outlet. I would sit and I would YouTube University, learn some new crafts, started making earrings, necklaces, anklets, waist beads. And there were days I didn't have to do that, but I'm like, Clivia, stay in your corner. And I started to pull away. Mentally, I started to pull away. I was no longer wanting the marriage. I no longer wanted to give my body, right? Because it just felt like I was being used because he needed that. And at one point I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't have to survive with this. Like, take it and just keep moving. But at one point I'm like, you're not getting any more of this, any more of me. And the only way I could have avoided that was to stay in the kitchen and make jewelry. And in 2017, I decided to go back to school. Again, I went back to school because working at the hospital, I was looking for promotion and never got it. But even when I made excuses with the the school counselor, I said, no, I have a newborn. That was for my son. So again, I graduated 2007 And then here's 10 years later, I'm applying for my master's degree. So 10-year break. My daughter at the time, she would have been 3 or 2 going on 3. The counselor said, Miss Allen, or at the time, my married last name, he said, if you keep making excuses, you'll never start. Let's just put in the application, just start. He's like, you're going to always have an excuse, right? And that always stuck with me. Just as long as you start, everything else will flow. And he was so right. And I could have been like, woe is me. I'm my marriage is falling apart. I'm in a dark place. How can I study? This school was a Christian school. So I had the opportunity to study the Bible, to write, to, I would say, spend time with God, to make new friends. And that was God's way of saying, you're going to be okay. That same year, 2017, August 2017 is when he officially left the house. And did I stop? Did I say, you know what, I need to take a semester off because now I'm a single parent? Now I had to figure out having my children do every other weekend with their dad, having to figure out paying the rent, buying the groceries, now it's on me. How did I feel? I felt, not to say content, I was always a content person, but I didn't worry about it. I didn't say, this is, how am I going to do this? What did I do? I continued making my jewelry. I got more students at my dance camp. I had events that people had to pay tickets. So my needs were being supplied. And why? Because I knew who my source was. I knew who my provider was, right? Did I imagine being a single parent in my early 30s? No, but it was the best days of my life, Allegra. When I tell you, whether it was, yes, I had sad days, because even during, studying, I didn't hang out. I couldn't hang out because I always had a paper that was due. Again, people didn't know what I was going through. They thought he was still at home. I mean, years later, people thought we were still married, right? But eventually he started to talk and people knew what was happening. And I suffered in silence. I could tell you that. Suffered in silence, but I was okay. I was okay with what this process was going to look like. Was I fearful that, because one of the things he told me, no man would never love me. No man would want to live with me again. He used to say he would die for me. He would jump off on a roof, like just crazy talk, right? And as I said, maybe he was infatuated. Maybe it wasn't even love, right? Because again, my wife, was it because you had a wife, you were proud to have a wife, and it wasn't being a husband to that wife? But again, I disconnected, but I never lost my purpose, from wanting to serve in the community, be in a church. I actually took a step back in the church where I couldn't lead worship, right? I couldn't do these things because I just wasn't in a healthy place. And it took time for that to happen again. I had to take care of myself in regards to that. But God has just been so good. And in 2020 was the first time I shared or said the words, I am divorced. And people were like hitting me up like, what? You're not married no more? I thought you moved to Florida with your husband. You're not Mrs. anymore? Mrs. such as? No. And you still smiled and you still, yes, because I knew who holds my tomorrow. I knew that regardless of what I went through, it didn't define me. I didn't look like what I've been through. You know that saying? So it was a journey. There were sad nights, but I wasn't, what's the word? And people ask me to this day, are you lonely? I said, I feel lonely, but I'm not alone, because I have a community. I have people I know that's praying for me, people that I know I can call on when I need prayer. My daughter feels like she needs to sleep with me because she feels like I need somebody to sleep next to me. And I'm like, no, I actually like, sleeping by myself. But I know that's not going to be forever because, again, I know I use the word deserve love, and I'm deserving of love, and I have love to give. So this bed is not going to be empty for long, but I've enjoyed this time of being single. I enjoy this time of whether it's finding myself, growing in my faith. And now I'm able to share, as I am, my story. And I'm able to even encourage my son. Again, I'm not a man, but I'm able to encourage him what not to be, right? And that's why I need men to encourage him. He needs a community even at this age. He's 13. So he needs to start being trained on how to tie a tie, how to have table manners, how to speak to a woman, how to provide, how to manage your money, you know? And then for my daughter, how you should be treated as a queen, how you can call your husband king and not think that, you know, you shouldn't be in a relationship where he's a narcissist or it's a demand. No, you can be loving, you can be yourself and be yourself. That was important. I lost myself, right? I lost myself along the way, and we should not lose ourselves. Some people stop going to the gym. Some people stop, whether it's putting on red lipstick makes me feel good. Orange nails makes me feel good, right? Do the things that make you feel good. Love on yourself so that when it's time for you to be loved, you can be loved and you understand what you need. And it's okay to tell people what you need. Yeah, girl. I'm seeing.
Listen, y'all. This is a master class. I'm just, it's so much here. It's so much meat here. Thank you, Coach Dawn. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Nisa. You guys are amazing. Feel free to share the live. And listen, I'm writing down notes as much as I can because y'all know I'm multitasking here and trying to also absorb what Clivia is saying. You know, a lot of things stood out for me because we essentially, from your whole entire story, from what I heard, you had to deal with every emotion that came your way. And you did, because it made you go within. Whatever emotion came up, whether it was fear, whether it was looking at the fact that you felt like you didn't have control, or, you know, or dealing with someone with anger issues, like that's not an easy thing. And I think we have to realize that, as, you know, you're sharing your story, that, you know, when we're experiencing these things, we have we should be respected as a woman in someone's life, to be cherished, not to be just desired. Right. And I love how you put that in perspective, because a lot of the things that we can do, and it starts with the youth. So it starts when we're young. So for the young women and the young men, you know, just thinking about what that means to have a healthy relationship and healthy boundaries.
Yeah.
And I love how, you know, you're just kind of walking. This is very vulnerable. Thank you for sharing, because this is you know, you're going deep into.
Got me, Allegra. I'm sharing.
Girl, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do all this today, but
that's okay.
We're celebrating the book launch, and you guys listen. Just get into what we have going on into the WIN, because as we came together, Clivia, we just met last year, right before the conference, and here we are writing a book together.
Yeah.
You know, I said earlier in the live that this book is a shared experience that we're going to have for the rest of our lives. Yeah. And whoever experiences your story experiences my story. Like, it's so amazing. But what I love is that it's an empowerment of all these different, like, oh God, like your story is crazy powerful. But when you talked about things, it reminded me of my chapter a little bit. When you said that you were experiencing having to be in control of things to make the decisions, right? Because there was lack of taking initiative on your partner's side, right? Yeah. You said another thing about leading. As a man in the relationship, you needed him to lead in order for you to actually submit to wherever he was leading you.
Exactly. What am I submitting to if you're not even? Yeah, that was a struggle.
Like, these are some really good things to think about, because, you know, all the red flags that you try. Man, this is so funny. I thought I could change his flag colors. That is hilarious, because while you're walking me through the journey, and you guys drop a heart if you agree, please comment. Let me know. Let Clivia know if you resonate with this story, because I believe that we all share very similar experiences in different ways that we can say, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. What do you? I'm sorry. I have ADD notes, and so I just caught one of my notes at the bottom that said "run." When your family members were talking to you, they said "run." So after your divorce, and when you decided that, hey, listen, it's out of the bag, I'm already over it, because you were working on yourself. And I think that is the key. Working on yourself. If you weren't doing that, I don't think you would have been able to handle it as well when he, decided whatever he decided. How did your family support you, or how did your friend, like, what did you find outside of the fact that you had more space to add value to your life without having those issues? But did you find that you were meeting more aligned people? Like, what came after that you felt changed for you?
I understood the importance of family, the importance of being vulnerable, the importance of, speaking up. My sister, for one, again, we became very close when we became adults, and I was able to share things with her. There was a point where I think he didn't leave yet, and I opened up to my brother. And my brother's military, 21 years in the Army, and he's just been very tough. And the day I decided, because I actually went to him to talk to my spouse at the time, again, just to, maybe he needs a male figure. Maybe he needs somebody to talk to. And I think my brother would be the person. That went left. That was a whole other story. So even my brother became supportive. They invited me over to lunch more often. My mom, she's always been there, and she was very close to him to this day, which is like, what are you doing, Mom? Like, block that number. But she have her reasons, whatever. My dad, however, he was a shocker, because even in all of that, at one point, the encouragement was stay. He didn't say run. In the beginning, he said run, right? But when it was coming down to the end, he said stay. He gave me a list. And again, we were in ministry. He gave me a list of people that stayed in their marriage. This one have a sickness. This one have children outside. This one, whatever. And they're still together. They're still married. And I'm like, ¿qué? I'm like, no. I said, I'm not them, and I'm not going to be them. And I know people say marriage is not about happiness, but if I can't take care of myself and my children, how can I stay? Right? I didn't feel safe. And if I don't feel safe, I'm not staying. And again, if you listen to AM Affirmation Space, I shared a couple of things where that same person that told me to stay left. He left my mom. Right? So it's like, okay, interesting. So now I'm not only dealing with my separation, but now I'm dealing with a whole nother issue in my family. Right? And so the support was great. Yeah, but certain things I still went through a lot of different things even after, because now I went through it. My children don't know everything that happened. Now they're older. We're able to talk about certain things because, again, me being maybe passive, maybe too laid back. They at one point thought everything was my fault because that's what they were being told by the other person, which is not something you tell children. So, now again, they're older, getting mature. I'm able to talk to them about, just certain things and how, again, family is important. Marriage is important. Love exists, right? Friends. I lost a couple of friends while I was married because, again, maybe it was jealousy. Men do get jealous of your friendships, whether it's with males or females. So I experienced that with my very close male friend from high school. He was like, Clivia, be careful. He was like, be careful. This guy's not for you. He warned me and he pulled back. Another friend from high school, she was like, Clivia, this is a rebound. She was like, I don't want to tell you. Years later, I told you so. And years later, we actually stopped talking. But years later, we rekindled our friendship. And she called me to meet her at the hospital. Her brother was, I would say, dying. And we sat in the hospital after not talking for years. And she said, Clivia, these words, I did not want to say it. But she said, I told you so. And I was okay with that. And I said, you know what? I'm okay with that. Because yes, I should have listened, but I had to go through what I went through, and now she's in a marriage, I would say from the outside, a beautiful marriage. Now she has a child. So I understand that everybody's relationship is different. Even my sister's married now, going on 11 years. My brother and his wife married for 21 years this year. And I know love exists. I know a healthy marriage exists. And again, there's issues in marriages, but how do you push through together? How do you, and not to fall in love, because some people fall and they don't get up. How do we grow in love? Right? So understanding, again, community is important. Having friends that are married are important. Healthy marriages, go into counseling, therapy. We have a stigma on, oh, this person can't tell me how to, have a healthy marriage. Yes, read books. There's resources, free resources. So I learned so much that now I'm able to, again, I'm not married again yet. Glory to God. Maybe it'll come. But I'm able to now tell people, hey, take your time, get to know the person, date while you're married, right? I went to New York a few weeks ago to babysit my nephews, from Florida to New York to babysit my nephews. Why? Community. My sister and her husband had to take a trip. She could have said, baby, you stay home, I'll go. Or he could have said, baby, you stay. And they went together. That's healthy. That's a healthy relationship, and that's what it's about. And again, going back to the word community and just being open. We can't live a fake life. Don't fake it till you make it. Be honest, be open, talk things out. And that's what I was able to do. And again, yeah, it's been a journey, and it's still a journey, and again, my job right now is to help my children understand love is love. Love is real. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
Girl, I could listen to you all day. I am, gosh, this is so good. And then some people fall but never get up. Jesus.
Exactly.
So I love everything that you're preaching here. We do have to get off because we have about 4 minutes to the end of the hour. Y'all, we just talked our hour away. I have been like, I'm just, listen. By the way, y'all, I'm literally just enthroned the fact that you can tell your story so confidently right now, without a flinch, y'all. Yes. Like without a flinch, and really just share some of these very, for at one point in time, hard moments. Because as you were speaking, I actually, like I said, I'm very imaginative. So I'm visualizing, the girl saying this to you. And I'm thinking about, how that happened with your dad and your mom and your relationship, and how that all, I'm just taking the journey. And so I want you all to, and think about this, right? Because we all have a lot of similarities in our journeys. And, and I think I can relate to you so much about saying, I'm a little, listen, I'm stubborn. If I want something, I want it, and nobody's going to tell me I can't have it. So I'm just saying, like, you can tell me all day, it's not for you. And I'll be like, okay, cool. And I'm going to do what I want to do anyway. And I love the fact that you were able to look at that and turn what you said earlier, your pain into purpose. Actually looking at the fact that didn't happen because I am a bad person. Like, I could forgive myself for making decisions that weren't that great, whether I knew it was great or not at the time. It's okay. Like, forgive yourself, but also move on. And I love to see who you are today as, wait, hold on. So we have author, we have a coach for other authors, different authors. We have podcaster. Okay, so I just wanted to say what I knew so far, but go ahead and tell us the list of all the things that you do, Clivia, so that we can get into your communities and see how we can connect with you.
Okay, so yeah, author, publisher, speaker. I think you said coach. It kind of paused on my end. I can say coach. I'm adding coach to the list. I am a praise dancer. I also praise dance since I was the age of 7. I sing. What else I do, y'all? I help form LLCs, some business resources, and Allegra, again, just thanking you for just having this platform. There's a list of things. I now have the talk show podcast on YouTube and Spotify, #Her Chosen Story. And yeah, just an encourager, and I really, to sum all of that up, I'm a servant leader for sure.
Definitely, definitely. And you have been serving the WIN community since day one. Y'all, she literally, I'm still shocked. Like, she came all the way from Florida to visit us for our first conference, first time meeting Clivia, and she's been showing up every single day ever since. And I'm so glad I get to win with you.
Yes.
So I want you guys to go ahead, follow Clivia, get into her email because she clearly wants y'all to contact her,
Yes,
and
contact
see
me.
all the things that she has going on. And also, what'd you say, Clivia?
I say, yeah, contact me. Y'all do that. The website will
Yes,
be up
contact her.
soon.
I'm sorry, we
I
have the
didn't provide the website, but email me and you'll be in touch. I'll be in touch.
yes, and we're gonna keep dropping because we're not done. Okay, so Clivia, I just wanted her to drop all of her information so you guys get to follow her. But Clivia, before you jump out of this live, because we still have other guests coming. Okay, we're gonna be live all day to probably like the 4 o'clock hour. We want to make sure all of the co-authors of the women, tongue twister again, the Winning Women Trails to Triumph book launch, that we get to come together today and just talk to you guys about what it is that we went through, how we went through those trials, and we triumphed, because you see us today and we are unbothered, honey. But there are always going to be trials. And so we want to be an encouragement to empower each other to say, hey, we have community, we have each other. We did it before, we can do it again.
Yes.
Now, I will say this, though, Clivia, before you dip out of here, what word of encouragement would you like to leave with us?
Oh, you are chosen. We are chosen for such a time as this. We are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood. So walk in your queen era, your king era, right? We're a royal priesthood, a holy nation, regardless of what's going on in our nation, and just be set apart and just know that you are chosen for such a time as this.
I love it. All right, Clivia, I'm just making sure your contact information is right there in the comments for everyone. Feel free to jump out at any time. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I love this
Thank you.
conversation. Y'all,
Yes.
listen. I mean, one of the biggest things about community is that we not only get to come together whenever we feel like it's necessary, but we really get to know each other in ways where I promise you, I don't even know my family members the way I know some of my community members. some of them. So I just want to highlight that. And Clivia was amazing. She gave us some really, really deep mastermind talk. So I want you guys to make sure that you go back. This is going to be going on live replay even after. So I want you guys to just constantly go back and listen to that and then read her story. Reflect. Yo, I don't even know what she has in that book, but just hearing her now, I'm like, okay, I got to read her story. I have to know what she put in that book. So you guys know what to do. We're going to get ready for a couple of more, but we're going to take a break. Before we do, I want to just announce that we have the next two co-authors that are going to be jumping in with us, y'all. Shout out to, I believe it's TC and Nisa, but I could be wrong. Yep. So at the 12 o'clock hour, we have TC and Nisa. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys another little intermission. And this is going to give you an opportunity to kind of, look at some of their information, make sure that you start connecting. You can even DM them right now and tell them how you like and enjoy the live. And then you can start a conversation. And one thing about community that I will tell y'all that I've done my whole entire life almost, and I think it's just a natural feat that I didn't realize I had, was that when you every single time show yourself with some level of messaging, and it could be like, hey, always introducing yourself. There's times where I'll see someone on lives and I'll just go in their DMs. I say, hey, thanks for watching the live. That's it. And so I want you guys to make sure that you reach out, you connect with the connect with the authors. We had Karan on first already. She's still watching the live. She said, make a decision, y'all. And I think that has been one of the common themes here so far that we talked about is make a decision. Now, if you heard what Clivia said, I'm trying to change these banners because I'm telling you, I'm still stuck on what she said. She talked about changing the flag colors. I never thought about it like that. But I've done that and I've been hopeful about that. But, we're all people. And the truth is that you can't change anyone's mind. You can't change anyone's habits. You can't make their issues go away. And so I love the freedom that Clivia has given us to make a choice based on the fact that, no one's going to make it for you. So you have to make the choice that is best for you and not necessarily other people in the situation. I learned so much. And shout out to there was one thing that Clivia said that I just want to highlight too, because y'all listen, I have a bunch of notes that I was like, should I ask her that? But just the men in community, that's something, Clivia, now you have me really thinking about, because I always go for the women, y'all. Like, I'm such a huge supporter of women, because for so long I've just seen a lot of us just not get the due where it's needed. But I do believe that I have seen the impact of when we empower men, when we actually give them space to support women, not only to support, but to be supported. Clivia is on to something. And, coming from a place where you're hitting the young men and where they are, it reminds me, because Clivia was talking about her son. Girl, I get to talk about you. I'm going to talk about y'all forever, because this is so juicy. She's looking at the future of her son, and looking at opportunity to say, well, if I want my son to be a better man than his father, a better man than what he's seen, a better, whatever the case may be, then he needs to be in community with other men that can show him that. And I think that has been a common denominator that not just women have done, but men are starting to do too. So Clivia, thank you for mentioning that, because the more dialogue we have about these things that we see, the more we can respond to it. I'm so excited, y'all. Let me put the next co-authors in. I'm going to put their names in. I'm going to do another commercial, and I'm going to let y'all go ahead and get some lunch or something, because, we're going to be live at the 12 o'clock hour. But, and I want to eat something too. Okay. But I will say this too. We have TC, Nisa, Saranella, Val. So we'll be here till 3. Okay. So till 3 o'clock. So TC and Nisa are going to be next in line. So if you guys know TC and Nisa, make sure that you tune in to listen to their share in this next hour coming up. Man, if y'all don't know Nisa, if y'all don't know TC, you need to come in here, because these are some powerhouses. And I have no clue what TC's story could be. I mean, I can't wait to see that. But Nisa, I know a little bit about Nisa's story. And I really think that we're going to be able to, y'all get some tissue out, because I was going to cry a little bit with Clivia. But I think on this next one, we're going to really dive a little deeper into what happens in your purpose, in your life. I'm sorry, not your purpose, in your pain. What happens when you're experiencing pain, and how to actually sustain that through faith, through hope. And I think Clivia mentioned that as well, because she was saying that she had to stay hopeful. And then what does that look like over time? And you guys gotta watch this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is show y'all our fundraising sponsor, which is going to be our W.I.N sponsor at the ATL Garden Meetup. If you're in Atlanta and you have not registered for the ATL Garden Meetup, I'm going to take this opportunity to invite you there. This garden meetup is basically for our first meetup in Atlanta for this year. And we are going to be teaching you how to go from seed to success with your ideas and your food. We have 3 speakers, we have several sponsors, and we have people that are coming from the W.I.N community that are our corporate sponsors, of course. Shout out to Mrs. Ernice, like I said earlier, Secret Miracles, Inc. We really appreciate that, we can feature all these powerful women so you guys can meet them and get more access in your business, in your life. Success is really about what you deem it. So we're going to be talking about not only what your ideas are, but we're going to be planting those seeds at the meetup. And this is what I love. Shout out to Seed Atlanta, y'all, because we're going to be giving away some goodies. So you guys are going to be getting seeds, seed starters in your gift boxes. We have some merchandise. We also have some giveaways, and we have things that we're going to be adding in there to make sure that you have a successful start launch to seeding to your success. But I think the best takeaway for that event is going to really be connecting. We have a fireside chat and a relaxing lounge conversation one-on-one area that I feel we'll be able to really get intimate with each other. And this is what we need in community. We need intimacy, we need compassion, we need to be there for each other, and we need more conversations. So it's going to be so lit. So shout out to One Hope Wine, and I'm going to pull them up in a moment because I want you to see who they are. And I'm also going to drop the link for you guys, because if you are a wine lover like myself, then not only do you get to support another woman-owned brand, right? This one wine, One Hope Wine. I'm all tongue-tied today, but basically Lori, who is our wine rep, came to us and said, your community is amazing. The mission matches what we do. And we only sell wines to support charities. So since you are a nonprofit, we would love to partner with you. And so now we are doing a fundraiser where Lori's going to, go live on the 31st, I believe it is. And it's going to end April 9th. So it'll be right before our ATL garden party. But I want you guys to get your boxes of wine, get your bottles of wine, get ready for holiday stuff. And even if you're just a wine lover like myself and you just like to try new wines, every single time you buy a bottle of wine from that organization under our fundraiser, you will be donating 10% to our funding. So we have funding for projects, programs, and all of the things that we're doing when it comes to the operations, like even this book launch. So I want you guys to, just really get on board with, even if you want to become a sponsor and do fundraisers with us, you can do that as well. But I wanted to shout out Lori for just being so willing to work with us. She has been she has been such a huge help, because I was like, there's no way I can take on anything else. But she's been that guide, that tool, and she's set up an entire site for us. So I'm going to actually share that with you guys, right? This will be fun. So One Hope Wine created a fundraising campaign for us. And let me see. I'm going to pull this down and see if I can grab it. Okay. Let me try it this way. So it's called Raise a Glass, Supporting Women into Networking W.I.N community. And let me share my screen so you can actually see the site. And I'll drop the link so you guys can support. You can share with your friends. You can actually raise a glass yourself, and buy whatever you need to, just contribute and also enjoy the wine. But this is the actual page you'll see. So when you go to our fundraising page, which I will drop the link in the chat, you'll see where our funds are supporting Women into Networking W.I.N. So this is how you know you're on our page. Also, when you come down, it will also show you the information for the fundraising campaign, and it will show you a button so you can click and shop to support. Now, when you go in here, it's going to give you all types of wine options. I was overwhelmed, y'all. I went in here and I just started putting everything in my cart. I was like, I'm going to do that one, this one. And I think I ordered about 3 bottles that I liked. I had to do like a rosé, of course. But these are the actual bottles that you will have to choose from. And everything is available at a click of a button. And this is one that I think I'm really going to enjoy, Love Language Red Wine. And you can actually, because it has different, price points. So you'll have to actually click and you can join the club to get your discounts. It's just so much fun, y'all. They have all the information you need about the wines. So you can actually see like if it has a certain acidity. I am like really, really not big on all this all the time, because I just like to taste the wines for myself. But sometimes I'll take a peep at this just to make sure I know of the body of the wine and the type of palate. So that's usually what I like. The first 2 is really what I usually look at. And also it's going to talk about the collections down here. I was just on this sight for a while because, to be honest with you, I didn't even realize this business existed until Lori came to us. And this is also the power of community, because Lori is one of our community supporters. I believe Lori is a community member as well. If not, we're going to get her in there. But just the fact that, sharing her story, and you can watch her live stream, and we will actually be replaying that shortly, sometime this week. You'll be able to kind of see, when we connect with women and we're supporting their missions and their brands, it's not necessarily about the business or the brand itself. It's about the woman behind the brand. When I met Lori, I was so sold on everything before she could sell me, because I enjoyed the mission that she was bringing to me and how she intentionally knew that it would match the W.I.N brand. So we're down for it, and we're always open to partnerships. So shout out to One Hope Wine for coming through with, just supporting everything that the W.I.N is doing. So we're going to go ahead and take our break now. I'm going to do like what my fiance said today. He said, "Oh no, babe." He said, "That's not a break. That's an intermission." So we're going to put you guys in an intermission. You guys stay tuned, because we do have a couple of more people, a few more authors that are going to be coming through. So next we have TC and Nisa Shepherd, who's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. It's going to go by so fast. So go ahead and get yourself something to eat. Get some lunch, some food, whatever, get a drink of water. I'm doing the same for myself. And then I will see you back here at that 12 o'clock hour. You guys have an amazing break/intermission. Yeah. And I hope you stay to the very end to enjoy this video. Let's do some cooking. This here. So we have a combination of oxtail, canned food, and a little bit of meat in here. We're going to add some seasonings to it. Okay, here we are. We are back. Hello, 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 everyone. I'm going to get this background off real quick and get back to the live stream. Okay, guys, we are back for another feature of our Winning Women. This thing is going to tongue tie me to death. Okay, so Winning Women, Trials to Triumph. And we have TC Nice will be popping in a moment. I told you guys that we have a couple of powerful women coming through, and so I'm really excited. We are going to also be sharing some more information about, not only the chapters that they wrote, but the stories behind these women, why, they do what they do. You're going to be able to have connection with their offers. You're going to be able to get into their services. We also we make sure that we look at the woman behind the brand and not just the brand itself. So make sure you guys are tuning in, sharing this live, and we'll be playing this live again and again until we do the official launch on March 28th. So get ready. All right. I just want to give Nice a chance to pop in, but in the meantime, we'll talk with TC. Okay. So let me do this real quick, and I will. Here we go. Come on up, TC. Let's get you to the stage. And as TC's preparing to come on this live, the live video, I want you guys to look at the chat because we already dropped some links for the previous speakers that came on this channel and talked about their chapters. We heard some amazing stories with Karan, with Clivia, who just blew me away with her transparency and vulnerability around her journey and all the things that she talked about, from being young, married with kids, then divorcing, then going through all the stages of healing, and then getting to, having to not only heal herself, but heal people in her family and people around her. It's all about a story of purpose, painting a purpose, and we love these trials to triumph type energies. So TC, since you're here, I get to now feature TC. TC, you are one of the biggest powerhouses in the community because we always see you moving and shaking heavily. Like TC, we're gonna get to know TC. I'm still blown away because she literally jumped countries and it's like are. Introduce yourself, let people know who you are, and then we're going to get into some questions, and then when Nysa pops up, we'll get to her next. But go ahead, TC, you have it.
Okay, so first things I think I'm actually very excited about um, the launch and the book. One, because it's not just my thing, but a communal thing, like different women, powerful women, super experienced women coming together to actually just share their experiences. And so I'm excited. And as always, my name is TC. I'm a fractional CMO, that's a chief marketing officer, and also a business growth consultant. I'm also a super excited fan of you all and the wonderful things that the W.I.N is like pushing out for the community. So yeah, that's me. Allegra, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of a delay.
Yeah.
The internet probably is giving me some issues now that we've been on for how many hours? So give it a
No.
second, y'all. Um, let's let it clear up. And I'm going to get into it with UTC. Hold on one second. I may have to switch the phone. So hold on. Let me pop down.
Um, okay, so that part where you're the only one on the stage and you're thinking of what to say. Um, y'all, I'm literally not ready for this. So, and then like, what do I say? What do I do? What do I say? So yeah, like, fine.
Okay, but you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay. Okay. I just had to get in a better connection device. So yeah, so TC, thank you for introducing yourself. And yeah, you're right. Like I mean, I reflect on this book, and it kind of it was like going through the process was just going through the process. But then once it was done and I got to read the chapter, I was like, oh my God, I just told people my business. I want to hear about your journeys because I want to see what it was like for you. What feelings came up? What challenges did you experience? Is this your first book? Like, you know, I want to hear a little bit about that. And don't answer it yet because I'm going to ask both of you these questions, and I see Nisa popped in as well. So I
Okay.
do want Nisa to come in and introduce herself so we can come in as a conglomerate and then just kind of go from there. And
Okay.
think about those questions, Cece. Like, think about what you experienced, what you went through, how it made you feel, and then how we are now today, now that it's done.
Okay. All right.
Um, let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. She popped out. Well, I guess we'll just start with UTZ because Nisa popped out, but I don't know what happened to her. Oh, wait, hold on. I might be lying. Okay, I'm gonna pop. Okay, Nisa is back. So let's get Nisa up, so she can introduce herself as well. I just want to make sure that Nisa is in a good place where she can speak. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let's pull her up. Well, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Good. Nisa Shepherd is in the house. Miracle Moments, and we have TC Business Solutions. We got some big businesses here. I was just asking TC some questions, but before I ask you the same questions and we go, kind of like do a roundtable here, I want you to introduce yourself. Tell people who you are.
Sure, my name is Nisa. I am CEO and founder of Miracle Moments LLC, and it was founded pretty much 2024, but it was started at the beginning of my life where I experienced my first miracle moment. And you want me to give a little more, or is that good for now? Give more?
That's
Okay,
fine. I mean, that was
that's
perfect.
fine. Okay,
Yeah, that's fine. They're gonna get to know you. This
okay.
live stream is going because I feel like because this is the first one we've done with two people, two authors. So let's start with TC, okay? Because we got to know both of you and what you do. I want to ask this question because I said that I don't know what chapters you guys are in, but I was tempted to read it and I was like, no, I'm not reading it because like I'm behind the scenes, y'all, because I didn't want to spoil it because I saw like some things in your chapters. I was like, what? Who is that? And what happened? So I'm going to really be enthralled in this book. TC, when you wrote your chapter, what feelings came up for you?
Everything, especially, it's funny how time passes and then, you just forget how far you've grown. And when I mean grow, I mean, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, how far you've even grown as an individual running your business. I mean, it had to take me like back. And I think at a stage I had to like pause and I'm like, oh my God, like God is good. I remember when, I thought I wasn't going to do this. No, that's not even it. I didn't think I was going to get here, right? Because that was really not the, in quotes, focus, if I would use that. But, while I was writing, because I'm like, every single point I was literally like writing every word. And while I was writing, I just, it reminded me of, to be honest, right? It just reminded me of the grace of God in my life. It just reminded me of the fact that, I looked at it and I'm like, nah, it's not me. Like, it can't be me doing all of this, right? It can't be me who have gone from that, to now. And I was just thankful, grateful that I had the opportunity to like reminisce back as to where I was coming from and where I am now. So I think the book, the me writing that chapter basically just helped me reminisce back, helped me count my blessings, helped me understand that, in all of these things, it's not been me. It's been one amazing, father somewhere just putting it down for me. And I was really thankful and really grateful. For me, I feel like the chapter is really about me being thankful, because when I look at it, I'm like, is that actually me? Did I have to go through all of that? And I'm here right now. So yeah, I think I was a bit emotional after seeing almost my almost entire life right in front of me. So yeah, that's actually my story. But I think Allegra is out, and Streamyard is like giving her all the warnings, because I'm sure they'll be like, you'll stay here long for so long. You need to leave. But it's all good. Can you hear us now, Allegra?
Yes, it's so weird over here. I had to get out because I was hearing you, but it was like a lot of static. So TC, I feel you. Like you're actually divulging a lot of stuff that, and this is kind of what we were talking about in the previous interviews, that you don't even think about it until you're starting to write it down, and then you're reflecting, and you're like, I went through that. Like, um, is there anything in that, those feelings that you had, that you think that people can relate to? Because I think this is what we were pulling out, is that like it's gonna be emotional either way, whether you do it or you don't, right? Like dealing with it is already an emotional thing, because you're going through it, and you're thinking about what you went through, and you're processing that thing. But when you actually write it down, which is another part of the process, right? Now you're actually releasing it. I think that's actually one of the things that kind of pulled out from all of you guys' stories, is that it creates a level of fear, a little bit, a little bit of nervousness, like what will people think about my story, somewhat, not necessarily what they think about me. Is this too much to share? God, like whatever we're thinking. So what feelings, I mean, how can people, um like, how do you think people can resonate with that, like what you went through? Because I think we all kind of go through that. What kind of advice would you give us if we're feeling the same way?
So this is not to sound cliche, but the truth is, I feel like my entire journey um is something that people can naturally relate to. So why I say so is that, over time I have literally dropped like little and pieces, and I get people will be like, "Oh my gosh, TC, this is so me," right? And just putting it down, I feel like a lot of people would understand that at the end of the day, there is a light after the tunnel. I mean, you need to go through that tunnel, right, for you to be able to get to see the light. Okay, so I mean, that's what I learned from writing my own story. um because I feel like if I hadn't gone through all of that, maybe I wouldn't be the individual force that I am, because the business person that I am right now is as a result of all of the experiences that I had to like all of the experiences that I had to experience. Oh my god, that's such a line. um but I think people would, especially women, because as women, I feel like there comes a stage in our lives where we're in so much doubt, and then things happen, and then we go back to, and then it's just a whole stream of roller coaster, you know. From being such free spirited to having a family to having kids to drama, to all of these things, now transitioning. Like, I mean, it's funny how the behind the scenes of an entrepreneur and no, a woman who is an entrepreneur is can be really crazy. But we don't get to hear all of that on these streets of social media. And so I feel like it would be very relatable, and hopefully I get to sometime in the future um get to really expand on the story, because me writing that chapter actually opened me up to the fact that, okay, so I think I have so much more to say, right? And I think I have so much more to share. And fingers crossed. I mean, when people hear it, depending on what parts they want to hear, because trust me, my life is full of drama, like serious good dramas. But that's what makes me who I am, and that's what makes gives me the experience that I've gathered over the years. It's funny how sometimes when I tell my story, people just be like, "At what age, really? You speak like you're like 50 something and thereabout." And I'm like, it just happens that life just lies you, and you just have all of these things happening. So yeah, I'm excited for people to get to read it though, because I really want to hear what part of my story trigger them. So I know maybe in the future where to expand and actually talk more on. So yeah.
I love that. I was actually saying the same thing. Like, this is kind of like a testing ground for me too. Like, how do people resonate with the story? Thank you for sharing, TC. Please drop your information while I'm talking to Nisa so that people can connect with you and get to know more about you. We're gonna keep going down the line. I have so many more questions that just popped in my head, but I can't even go through all of them. So let's just start where we at, okay? Because that's what happens. Um, Nisa, I want to hear your take on how you felt writing your chapter. You know, what feelings came up for you?
Okay, so in writing my chapter, this was a start to writing my own book because I've always said I wanted to write my book about my life. But to be quite honest, I've been procrastinating. So when I was invited to collaborate with the book, I'm like, okay, all right, God, I hear you. It's time to go ahead and start writing it. So this was a stepping stone for me to get started. And I was like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't even know where to start. I don't know. It's like I have things written and I've already started doing the research, but it's like, okay, in a whole chapter, where do I start? What do I say? I know I need to cover A, B, C, and D, and E, but like, I don't know what to put in there, how to go about it. But and then once we got our guidelines, I was like, okay, well, I can stick to the guidelines and just talk about it, tell about myself, and then just talk a little bit about my journey, which is an open door to when I start writing my book. Because for me personally, I'm like I said, I was procrastinating, but this opportunity has helped me to dig a little deeper within my story and to do more research. Well, I have the research that I've already looked up about my life and when I was born and the of my esophagus and my stomach not connected. And I've gotten those notes from different facilities, and it's just the research and going through everything and formatting and putting in a book in the way it's supposed to go. So this for me was a stepping stone for me to write my book. And I've enjoyed it and talk about my journey of becoming an entrepreneur. Um, it is nerve wracking, but sometimes you just have to rip the band-aid off and go forth and allow God to do the rest.
You said a key word, nerve wracking. Yes, honey. It is definitely a journey and it's going to take you on a ride. Um, I really love, first of all, thank you for sharing, Nisa, because, when you're a first time author, TC, are you also a first time author? So
Yeah.
you guys, yeah. So listen, this is part of community too, because the truth is, we should always be fulfilling for my sake when I think about community for women, especially that life pie, right? Like, are you touching the spiritual life? Are you touching the educational part of your life? Are you getting an education? Are you enhancing your career? Are you building your business? Are you working on your finances? hold on 1 second. Hold on. One second, guys. It's always acting like. Can you guys hear me yet?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you kind of distant though.
Sounds so fuzzy. Okay, I'll just talk. So we have to kind of tell our stories because the truth is, I think Nisa, you're making a good point that it always feels uncomfortable. TC, you said the same thing. Quran said the same thing. I said the same thing. Cleveland said so. We're all in alignment, right? So I think the common denominator for me here is that we all, whether we did this for the first time to use it as a stepping stone. Shout out to you, Nisa. I think that's the smartest way to grow because you want to be guided, and you said it too. And I'm gonna ask y'all another question because I think y'all could given us some mini master classes here. So I'm glad we had some time before the book launch for people to get their pre-orders. And by the way, I'm gonna drop the pre-order link for you guys in the chat so that you can go ahead and grab it from here. We're gonna add it to the website later. We just had to wait for Amazon to do its little check and balance thing. So you guys can write down if you want to just get your pre-order copy. This is going to give you first dibs at the lowest cost that we have for this high value item. You have stories of 9 women that you can learn from. You can give this to your kids. You can give this to your family and friends. You can share stories of women who went from trial to triumph. And we did it through different scenarios and situations. And so I'm going to dig a little deeper with you guys because as people are going to be coming in and getting their pre-order copy, okay? And this is just for the ebook, guys. So for those of you who are like, well, I'm waiting for the signature copybook. I'm waiting for the hard copy. We got y'all. But right now, you guys get to get first dibs on making sure you get your ebook copy, and you'll also get special offers to get the hard copy and the signed copy as well. So don't miss out on this because you're going to get some great deals. So for what we're going to ask today, because we talk about feelings, and this is your first book, so let's talk about the roller coaster. So what challenges came up? Because the feelings were what they were, but what physical challenges came up for you that maybe you weren't expecting or maybe you were expecting? Let's start with you, TC.
When you say physical challenges, you mean writing the book?
Writing your chapter.
Mm, physical challenges. Oh, I can't. Um. Okay, so writing a writing a book, right? So I have written tons of ebooks, templates, structures, frameworks, all of that, you know. But one thing I realized was that writing this kind of book was different, right? And so the truth was because I have never written like this kind of book before. I didn't want to make a mistake, right? And so I had to wait because thankfully we had like a book editor, right? So and we also had the programs manager for W.I.N as well, Sarah, who was like helping out with like the guidelines and all of that. So for me, it wasn't more like a challenge because what I just did was chill. Wait. Personally, I'm of this mindset that if I don't know something, right, I just go straight to who know how to do what, right? I don't like to. Yes, fine. I'm going to do my research, do all of that, but I love leveraging on experts in their fields, right? And so thankfully we had like the programs manager. We also had the book editor as well. So I don't think I had like major challenges because I just needed to do was wait for the instructions and follow the instructions. I mean, I was not in a hurry because I was taking my time following through with the instructions. And for me, right, I don't think there's any because they were really thorough, Okay, they were, for me, now this is my opinion, right? They were really thorough. So if there was any stage that I had, if there was any stage that I had, maybe questions or anything, like they were like a it takes away, right? And so it was just so easy for me to just reach out to say, oh, I'm stuck here and blah blah blah. So I don't think there was any major writing challenge because the support was available. So for me it wasn't. I just needed to follow through and ask questions, and it worked for me that way.
TC, you make such a good, valid point because that brings us back to community. I feel like that's why I love that we came together and we did it together. Whether it was the first time author or we did it before, or authors before, we actually like had the support in the group because everybody had different roles and of expertise, right? Like with an editor, Sarah headed the project, and each person just wrote their chapter. And I think that did give me ease to TC. So I love that because usually I think if I was to do it on my own, I would be very frustrated because I would have to find the people to help me write the book, and then I would have. So that's such a great point. And that brings us back to community. What about you, Nisa? Did you have any physical challenges when it came down to this?
The only physical challenge that I more than likely experienced was actually setting time to actually sit down and work on my chapter. Um, when I saw how many the word count, I was like, oh my God, I don't know, like, am I like, what am I saying for that many words? But then it's not about the when I actually sat down and like read through the requirements and things like that, I'm like, okay, this is nothing. Then again, I'm like, oh my God, I need this many words. I'm like, I don't know. But then I had to like combat those thoughts and like, you know what, I can do this. I can do this. I will do this. And so that helped me even breaking it down to like I think it was like three different sections, so that helped me break it down to where it didn't seem like a lot. And in actuality, it wasn't a lot because by the time I got to the word count, I'm like, oh my God, I'm over. So I was like, you know what? I'd rather be over than under. So that was the main thing for me is just actually sitting down and working on the chapter and getting it done because in my mind, in the way I planned it, I wanted it to be done and submitted before I actually submitted it. However, nevertheless, it was not the case, but I did get it done in a good amount of time. And like TC said, it was having those guidelines and how to structure the chapter and also having an editor was amazing. So it was really good. That was the only major challenge. And like you said, community's a beautiful thing. So I love it.
Absolutely. I love this. And we have a surprise guest. I wasn't expecting this at this hour, y'all. So, TC and Nisa, Sarah popped in on us. So I do want to give her some room here because we're talking her up. We talked about, I think we're at this point where we're talking about the community aspect and how we do need each other. And I love how Clivia said before, I can be lonely, but I'm not alone. I can feel lonely, but I'm not alone. And we don't have to be alone. Like we can really find the communities and the people that support us. And Sarah is one of those big supporters. I'm going to pull her up real quick. Let me first drop this link for you guys. So go ahead and grab your pre-ordered copy now. For the ebook, it's only $2.99. Like we put the price at $2.99 for y'all for like nothing. And this is just for you guys to make sure that you get as many copies as you need for you, your friends, your family. And that copy will be released for you as soon as the book launches on March 28th. You'll also get access to that hard copy as well and that signed copy that our co-authors so graciously have prepared for you to enjoy. Let me pull Sarah up because Sarah is the brains of the operation. Come on up, Sarah.
Hey, Allegra. Hey, TC. Hey, Nisa. Yeah, I actually finished a little ahead of schedule, so I was like, let me just pop in.
Good, because we like it when you're here. So now that we have some strong members here and team leaders, listen, y'all. Sarah came to me, and I just want to give her some room here for some shout outs. That's what we do here in this community. We make sure that we win, and we talk about winning every day, and we support each other, empower each other. And I was just thinking about it, Sarah. If you wouldn't have brought this up to me at that one point in time, we would have never been here. You know, Sarah, introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hey, WIN community. I am the programs manager. I am the New Jersey leader and a mentor in the Women into Networking WIN community. And part of the reason I brought the idea to you, Allegra, was because I participated in a book collaboration like this for women, and it was 5 years ago, and I had it pop up in my memories section on Facebook. So that kind of gave me inspiration. I was like, why don't we just replicate this project for WIN? So that's kind of what sparked the idea to begin with. And then I wanted to pull in, all the ambassadors, members, leaders, everybody who's been so proactive. It was like an invite only, but that's really what started the whole thing, just from a Facebook memory, thinking back to when I participated in my first book collaboration, which was with 20 other amazing women that we were all involved in a coaching program together.
See, I love that. Thank you, Sarah, for using all of your skills and resources and bringing them over to the WIN. Because nothing's wasted, right? Like, you got a Facebook memory, and I love this. Sarah takes action. That's one thing I could say I love, is that, like, she'll get an idea and she'll be like, okay, hold on, let's do this. And so thank you for doing that, because we all get to benefit from that. Sarah, how did you feel, before we go back around, because I want to come back around with the questions that I have, because we're going to run out of time really fast with all three of us, because we could talk together all day. Sarah, how did you feel about your chapter? What did that feel like? What feelings came up for you?
Well, actually, I was listening to NISA with like some of the challenges, and I had the same thing, even though it was my idea to do it. I'm sitting here writing, going, okay, I know I want to hit these points, but is this going to be enough for me to talk about? So I went through the same thing you did with that. And I just decided, let me stop checking the word count and try to write through as much. And then during the editing phase, if I needed to add more adjectives here and there and scatter it out. So I went through the same thing. Like, for me, it was actually easier getting everybody else organized and stuff rather than sitting down and doing my own, because I was like, oh, I'm going to miss my own deadline if I don't get this written and submitted like that. So, but yeah, I mean, I pulled out some things that I did from my previous book chapter that I wrote. I didn't focus on them as heavily. I hit them briefly, and then I focused on like things that have happened in the last 5 years since my other book chapter, and tried to pull more of those out. I even went back and like reread my old chapter for a little inspiration to see what I could incorporate this time, but that was kind of my process for my individual chapter.
Wow. Listen, some of us just got stuck. I understand. Thank you, Sarah. And it just shows, just because you are in charge of something doesn't mean you aren't nervous about it, or it doesn't affect you. Same way it affects the people that you're managing and dealing with. Like, it's just, we're all human. And I love that we're sharing this, because we get to stay very focused on being there for each other, ups, downs, crosses, wins, all that stuff. TC, I want to go back over to you, because you said something powerful. You said you wouldn't be who you are today if you didn't go through what you did. And I remember telling my Nana one time, because she was like, don't you regret some things you did in life? And I remember saying no. And that's exactly why. You reminded me that sometimes we can't lose sight of why we go through things. I want to hear about, any of the things that you experienced in your chapter, because people are going to read that. I just dropped the pre-order link, so y'all can literally go ahead and grab that now and get ready to read this chapter. But what do you think people are going to be shocked by when they read your chapter?
Is it a shock?
Okay, or surprised, or maybe because Stacey is like, she hides Like we see her, but we're like, who is TC? Like, wait, what's really, like, who is she really? So I think this is going to give people such a window into things that they just wouldn't get access to with TC. You know, what do you think? Like, do you think that you share some things in there that you wouldn't normally share that we kind of need? I just want to gossip a little.
Hmm. So, okay, so first things, right? It's true that, I enjoy doing business and all of that. But I'm also a very private person, naturally. Naturally, I'm a very private person. I mean, certain things that you all see, most times it's because maybe, so for example, maybe something happens, or I go somewhere, or I travel somewhere. Sometimes I have people who know and be like, TC, this is what is meant to be on the ground. You need to tell us when you go to Egypt. You need to tell us when you go to this. You need to tell us when you go to that. And I'm like, no, if I keep saying everything I do, like, will be more about my personal life than the business itself. And so there's so much that happens, but I think what I don't normally talk about, I know that I talk about my kids and how much, of the love and attachment I have with them, but maybe so many people do not know why, right? And I kind of sprinkled why in the chapter. I talked about a bit of the fertility issues, talked about the whole drama behind the kids and all of that. I mean, talking about regrets, those are not regrets. I don't think I have any form of regret in my life, right? I don't. What I do have are lessons, you know, opportunities to be better, my strength, I mean, even now, I kind of talked about a bit of my transition, which is something that I haven't really talked about a whole lot. And I haven't talked about it not because I don't want to talk about it, but because, listen, I'm a private person, right? So until conversations like that come out, I'm just like, well, but yeah, those are like certain things that you would find out, because those are the things that actually make me who I am right now. My reasons for moving. I kind of shared my reasons for moving. I shared the story behind the boys as well, which has been like the one of my biggest push for being where I am. So a little bit when I say that I'm a bit obsessed with my kids. I didn't know I was obsessed with the kids until I moved, right? I didn't realize how attached I was with them until I moved, and it was shocking to even me myself. And so I kind of dropped that in there. So maybe y'all will know the reason. So um, the reasons behind it and all of that. You can always find that in the in the chapter. Okay. I mean, the online space is a whole lot, yo. You can do everything. All right. You can only go into the book. So yeah, that's it.
That's what I love, is that you guys are going to get to know a little bit more. I've been waiting for this moment, y'all. Like, just to know a little bit more about who TC is in her story, because yes, you people should have that privilege when they, actually either, pay for that access, invest in that access, whether it's money, time, right? Because you're giving something that's going to either be life changing. TC, hearing your story, and thinking about what's going to be mind blowing in the book, I had no idea you had a huge part in your story like that. I can't wait to read it. I cannot wait to read it. So and it's going to make so much sense to me about who TC is and probably why she's so strong, y'all. So I love that you are just being vulnerable and sharing, because there's so many women that actually go through infertility and they do not talk about it. Like, it is just not up for discussion. So we have to kind of sometimes be the sounding board, right? Because TC has two beautiful like kids. They're twin boys. They're amazing. And I think the attachment is a little, normal, because when you want something and you get that God-given miracle, because that's what your two boys are to you, I know how much that sits on your heart. So, we give ourselves grace. And that's what I love about UTC, is that you really shared that through your story on social media, but we get to dig deeper. Nisa, I want to hear from you too, because I know Nice's story a little bit deeper, because I watched her, and we went through a beta testing together. Nisa, you have some stuff in your life that I know people don't know about. Is there anything that we're gonna be like, oh my God, Nisa just blew my mind? Like, what? Is there anything in there that you think that people are
I,
gonna be really surprised by?
I, to be honest with you, I can't remember everything that I wrote. I know it was a good amount, and I did talk about my life of, when I was born, about my esophagus and my stomach not being connected, and then I think I touched a little bit about my heart valve surgery that I had when I was in the hospital that I was sent to after being born at the hospital that I was born at. That's 2.5 hours away, so I did touch on that, and then they'll get a bit about my entrepreneurial journey and how I started, and when I started and how I started. They'll get that in the book.
I love it, because I was very shocked. Nisa, you kind of say, "Oh yeah, I lived on a feeding tube for like 5 years, but I'm okay." And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't skip past that." I'm like, "You survived through all of what?" And so I really can't wait to read, because I don't know what kind of details you put in there. But I do know that when I heard that one little fact, just that one little fact changed the dynamic for me, of your resilience, your strength, and why you do what you do. And so, I can't wait to just hear some more about, what that looks like for you, and how you just went from whatever trials you went through and are still going through. Like, we still go through trials, y'all. Like, come here.
Yeah.
We just become better at going through them. And
Can I
Nisa is like, nice. We're gonna talk about this in a moment, so
say?
y'all
Okay.
stay tuned, because Nisa, you're gonna tell them what you do too. TC, you're gonna tell them what you do too, because we talk about the women behind the brand first, but then we want to tell them all the great things that they can get from you guys. And you guys, I already told you that you have the link in the chat, that you can go ahead and get the pre-order for listening, like actually reading these ladies' stories. So we're talking about them now, so you get to connect with them here live. But when you read their stories, I promise you, you're gonna be like, "What? I didn't know that. Oh, I gotta call her. I gotta talk to her." So make sure that you start connecting now, so that you have a resource for later. Nisa, thank you so much. We're gonna stop there, because I do want to make sure we're mindful of time. Sarah, uh, Sarah is a powerhouse, and we did a podcast together, and I know that everybody didn't hear that podcast, but they will be reading your story in this book. Is there anything that we're going to be shocked on?
Well, before I answer that, I just want to say I didn't get to read everybody's chapters, but going through organizing the formatting, I did skim through some of them. And I will say there were certain things like what TC said about, going through infertility, what Nisa said about going through her health issues with her esophagus and stomach. I never would have known any of this about any of us if it wasn't for this project. Like, there were things I was like, we need to talk more about this stuff. Like, so I felt like I got a little bit more connected with the other leaders, members, and ambassadors of the community by doing this. So I just wanted to put that out there. And for me, I mean, Allegra says I don't talk about it enough, but I think I stopped talking about it because I did so much. I'm an autoimmune warrior. I have 5 different autoimmune diseases. People aren't aware that I was, in and out of a wheelchair twice. They told me I was going to go blind. There were just a lot of things. I've had a total hysterectomy. Like, I talked about it more when I had my support group that I run. But as I've gotten through the challenges more, I kind of want to use my energy and focus on goals that I wasn't able to accomplish. Right? You understand what I mean? I see you shaking your head during that period of time that was so difficult on my health. So in one way, I can understand not talking about it. And then on the other hand, I can also understand what Allegra's saying, that we need to talk about this to inspire the people that are currently going through what we went through, and show them there's like light at the end of the tunnel for whatever issues we're facing. So that's kind of what I wanted to throw out there.
Yeah, y'all are definitely going to be blown away by Sarah's chapter, because I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, and here's the thing, Sarah, you have overcome so much of it, and you've done the work. And that's the thing. Like, when Sarah shared her story, I was like, oh my God, that took a lot. What in you made you so tough that you're like, I'm gonna get through this, I don't care? So you guys are going to be able to hear more of these stories and read it for yourself, because we're deep diving more, and we're sharing more, like you said, Sarah, about the things that maybe we were once scared to share before. And I agree. Like, I did same thing. I was like, wait, what? I did skim. I didn't read it, but I did skim, and I was shocked too. I was shocked that there were things that I couldn't pinpoint even who it was, because I didn't read the person who was writing the chapter. So I'm like, wait, who is that? I can't. Okay, I got to go back and read it. So, guys, we're sharing some vulnerable stuff in this book that is going to help you dissect maybe how you're feeling in places where, like, I've been in dark spaces. I talked about my dark spaces in there, where maybe you feel certain ways, and it's not pretty all the time, but we still have to talk about it. And Sarah, to your point, I encourage all of my WIN community members and everyone around me to always share, mainly because most people don't feel like they have a voice. As long as you know you have a voice, then you'll always be confident enough to say, okay, I'll share when I'm ready. But I do agree as well, Sarah, that you have to be ready. Cannot share from a place of pain or brokenness, right? Like, we want to encourage people to be able to get through the trial, and to get to triumph without trauma bonding or or coming up with some other issues. So I appreciate you ladies for sharing everything. I want to go around and talk to you guys real quick, like, before we get out of here, about what you do in your business now, in your life now, because we're, like I said, we're always going to go through trials, but I feel like we become stronger because of each trial. TC, what are you now looking at in your life where you feel like I haven't even asked this question to anybody yet, but we feel like you celebrate your accomplishments and your wins? How does that look for you?
Okay, so I didn't get the question. Do you mean like no, I didn't get the question.
How do you celebrate your accomplishments and your wins today?
How do I celebrate my accomplishments and my wins today? Um hmm. So part of the things I think you all will get to see is the fact that um growing up, um I feel like I've had to do everything all by myself. You know, find the support I need by myself, find the help that I need by myself. I mean, it can be tiring, because somehow you just wish that you had, you don't have to always go for it yourself, right? You just had somebody who's going to be there for you and all of that. But I'm thankful for that phase. I'm thankful for that phase. Why? Because now I can be the support that I didn't have for myself to other people, right? And that gives me so much joy. I have been fortunate enough to work with a good number of people. I have been fortunate enough to be mentors to a lot of people. Um, you know, and the fact that I can support them in areas that I wish I had support in, for me, that's my way of saying I'm grateful, and I'm thankful, and I want to do more of it. Yeah, and in the vain side of things, in the vanity side of things, yo, I literally just do what I want to do. Okay, I could wake up in the morning. I want to go to the spa. I go to the spa. Okay, and I don't need to explain to nobody. Okay, I want to do this. I do this. I'm down on the traveling for now because obviously I just recently moved. But once I'm settled in, I pick up again. Like literally, I'm expressing my achievements by just celebrating myself and just being me, and also opening my hands of support to people who were like me, you know. So yeah, that's it. But don't look at the vain side of me, anyways. I have the vain side and I have the other side. I
It's TC has the best energy, y'all. Even on a bad day, like TC will be super giddy. I love it. TC, can you tell us? I put your website here, and I want them to connect with you. So that they can get to know more about you and what you do. But how would you like people to connect with you right now? Is there a direction that you would like them to take?
Yeah, if you want to work with me, super simple, no stress. Just DM me on Instagram, TC Business Solutions. You want to learn more about me, you can just type into my Instagram page, or you can connect with me on LinkedIn, right? Send me a DM. As long as it is polite and you just want to say hi, I'm always very excited to meet new people in my DMs, right? Yeah, so we could do Facebook. We could do Facebook is TC Okore. LinkedIn is TC Okore. Instagram is TC Business Solutions. Okay, just DM me, right? I want to meet you.
Awesome. Thank you, TC. And I did put TC's information in the comments, guys. So make sure you continuously connect. And TC is amazing. I mean, we've done lives, and you can see all of the things that we've done in the past in the community. So make sure that you just watch those things, get to know more about TC, but make sure you get that book today. I cannot wait. Oh my God, I cannot wait to find out what these stories are about. I got to go over to Nisa now, TC. Thank you so much. Feel free to stick around or pop out at any time. I want to ask you, Nisa, gosh, if you were to say there was one thing that you learned that was very pivotal about yourself through your challenges, what would you say it is?
Okay, repeat the question. I think I got it, but I just
One
want to
thing
make
you
sure
learned about yourself through this process while you went through the challenges.
that I'm an overcomer. I would say throughout this, what I've learned about myself is that I'm an overcomer. Um, I just, yeah, I'm an overcomer. I just defeat the odds and just don't allow myself to get in the way of myself, because oftentimes we do that as people. Um, we just get in the way of ourselves and self-sabotage. And I've learned not to self-sabotage, and I'm continuing to learn not to self-sabotage. So I would say overcome.
I love that so much. And how would you like people to connect with the overcomer, honey? Because I know, like, you haven't gone down the list, but if you want to
Yeah.
tell them what you do and how you want them to connect with you.
Okay. Yes, I create amazing flyers, tailored to your business, tailored to however you want it to be. I customize them like I said, however you want them. Like, you want a custom song, you can have a custom song to go along with your flyer. You just want a regular flyer, I do that. You want a business cards, I do business cards, PowerPoints, yeah, PowerPoint presentations, logo graphic designs. I'm a North Carolina notary, I do that. Custom letterheads. I do that. And event coordinating. I am an event coordinator. I do that as well. And there's a wide range of things that I do. Content creation. You guys can connect with me on Facebook at Miracle Moments LLC. That's MIRAKUL Moments LLC. And then also on LinkedIn, you can follow me, Nisa Shepherd or Miracle Moments LLC. Also on Instagram, you can follow me at Miracle Moments 2024. You can send me a message. I would love to work with you, and we can have a whole miracle moment together.
Listen, that's a whole vibe for me. I love it. And I've seen the transformation you've done for people. So, thank you for all you do, Nisa. I just look forward to continuing to just grow on this journey with you and just see all the amazing things you're going to do. Feel free to pop out at any time. You
Thank
guys
you for
make sure. Go ahead, Nisa.
thank you for having me. And remember, every moment in life is your miracle moment.
She got to end with the miracle moment every time. Thank you so much, Nisa. Feel free to stay or pop off anytime. I know that her links are in the chat, in the comments. You guys can connect with Nisa anytime. This is evergreen. This is going to stay here. We're also going to replay this for you guys to really get a re-engagement of our authors so that you can learn more about them, because sometimes you hear things and you hear it the second time and you're like, wait, I did not catch that the first time. So we're going to definitely do that. I am going to end with Sarah here in this hour. Sarah, thank you so much for being able to come in this time. I think it's perfect because we get to really celebrate that. We talked about all of the things from creating this concept, for us going through the process. I don't know if you heard how they were saying that this process made it so much more seamless than if they were to have done it on their own. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good to hear that they said it too, because Dr. Jimenez, or as we know her, Nella, said the same thing to me. She said everything was, very organized. Everybody was very responsive, very available if there were questions. So it made me feel good that everybody felt confident in the structure. Plus, Nella did say she was trying to, in another community that she's involved in, get the same concept going. And she said we did it in like double the speed that she was trying to get everybody coordinated with. So she said she was very impressed how quickly this all unfolded.
Okay, that's another thing I want to say, because Sarah, how long did it take us to go from idea to launch?
I would say we started the idea right before the holiday time, right before like Christmas, Hanukkah time, and we're launching very, very soon now. So we all worked together very well as a team. We all collaborated, we reached out to each other. We had our communication lines going. We had all shared documents. We had people assisting us with Brittany, our book editor. It really was amazing with that, because even throughout it, she started her own business, doing it as well for editing, and she really just kept it going like that. So we had a lot of different working components that everyone could keep going with. And just waiting for Allegra to pop back in. She had some tech difficulties, but working together from writers and authors to managers to editors to design team, everything worked very seamlessly, and we were able to put that together in the book, under dedications, acknowledgement, just to really show the WIN community that we have all grown, developed our businesses further. We have all grown as women. There are so many different other aspects that this book, Winning Women Trials to Triumphs, has really impacted a lot of us. And like I said, there were so many things that I learned about the women that I have known for years that I didn't realize they went through A, B, and C until we did this. So I feel like that in and of itself made it very rewarding for everybody. I wonder where Allegra went, but let me see if I can put in the comments too, are linked for the pre-order as well while Allegra gets back logged in.
Sarah, can you hear me?
I can hear you all just now. Can you
Okay,
say
hold on.
something? Okay, there we go. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, so that's weird. So I was it's very weird because I think I just been on this StreamYard too long on both my phone and the laptop. So now my phone's overheating. So we're gonna give my phone a break after this, and we're just gonna stay on the laptop. But Sarah, I heard everything you said, and what I want to say about that, this is powerful. When you talked about us putting together our WIN members, every WIN member was not a co-author. Like we had some WIN members that helped us with editing, had helped us with graphics design,
Mhm.
book cover. We really did come together as a team, and this is why I think community is so pivotal, because sometimes we're looking for things that we need outside of the people we know already. We literally just, and I think to Dr. Manuela's surprise and to how we operate, I think that's why it works, because we're like, wait, we already have like a whole treasure chest full of people that literally can do the same things that we constantly are struggling with, right? So who in the community and start there first. And so that's what I felt like you did, Sarah, is like we you were very strategic. And I do love the fact that I personally myself, as the founder of the community, I got to sit back, y'all, and watch this thing literally streamline. And I was so proud of everyone, so proud of everyone, because of the fact that I didn't have to step in. And you know how it is when y'all running a business. You know how it is. You're just like, do I have to step in here? And I, not one time was I like nervous or anything. It was always handled. And so shout out to you, Sarah. So proud of you for this project. Put
Thank
it on the
you.
books. Celebrate your wins. We're all actually going to celebrate. Sarah, you and I have to talk about this. This is what I'll end with because we got to go. And I'm going to give you guys another intermission. We'll probably do another sponsor shout out. I want to talk to you, Sarah, about, and anyone listening to the sound of my voice, I said earlier, this is something that is so powerful and so life changing for people that we should have multiple books coming out, like maybe once a year, giving WIN members a chance. Listen, it's a qualification process, though. We're not just telling everyone to come write a book. You have to qualify to actually be selected as a WIN co-author. But if we're doing this, let's do this, because every single person has a story. Every single person has a story. And so this is really where I'm at. And this is where, like, why I'm excited. So Sarah, any final words before we jump out of here?
I would say the next time we do it, I think it's going to go even smoother because we all have an idea of the structure. I mean, obviously the topics will change that we write about, but it will most definitely be a much smoother process because we have the documents, we have our communication streamlined, we have an idea of how we want the book cover to look to associate with the brand. We have all of this set up. We know we need a book editor to take a peek at it. We'll know even how to handle the Amazon formatting for the Kindle. Like, this is our first process going through it. So even though it was seamless, there were still some speed bumps along the way that we got through. And I think those speed bumps will be much smoother the next time around that we do it. So I would say that would be my final thought for that.
Absolutely. And Sarah, I mean, thank you. And I want you to also tell them how they can connect with you. You guys, listen, Sarah is amazing, because after going through this and a couple other projects with Sarah, that working on them, I realized that when we go through these things together as community, we're learning the entire process from all sides. I literally was like, wait, so you have to do all that in the editing process? Like, that's crazy. And so you get to appreciate another person's job, what they're doing, how they're doing it, and I just love it because we get to build within community. We've had several WIN members start their ideas here, right? Not even like had a business, but like they're like, I just want to do this. Can I try it? That's what community is about. I mean, no, not all community, but that's what our community is about, because women in business, we need safe spaces to grow. And how many times do you try something and it's like, oh my God, I don't want this to fail, and I don't want to not have the support, and I don't know what this looks like in community. You get to get all of that because he's her. I'll be like, hey, come on over here. Let's talk about this. We need to help. Let's actually stay spaces and have a conversation until it comes up. Go ahead, Sarah.
So before I say how everyone could connect with me, I just want to give a shout out to Brittany Lepore, who wasn't able to join us because she is working a double shift at her 9 to 5, but she is our book editor. She's absolutely amazing. She's a 3-time best-selling Amazon author. She is in the process of writing another book. She has an entire series to come out of her, plus some of her poetry books. And she's also starting her own business in the W.I.N community. So, she's gotten some guidance from me with it. And she hasn't officially launched yet, but it's coming soon. And her business name, I can tell you, is Keen Eyes Proofreading. So I just wanted to give a shout out to you, sis. You've done an amazing job. And yes, you can connect with me. The easiest way to find me is Facebook. That is my master social media platform. And thank you, Allegra. She dropped my Facebook page. And of course, you can reach me on my website if you want to book a call with me. We can have a free discovery call and see if I can help you with any of your organic social media marketing strategy needs. So thanks so much for having this, Allegra. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Sarah. All right. So listen, Sarah is like the bomb.com. So make sure y'all connect with her because she makes things super simple. And you do want to work with someone who really cares. So thank you, Sarah, for everything you did, because shout out to Brittany, because I've seen Sarah save so many lives. I'm like, they were like, I never saw them. And now they're just like showing up the best in community. And I'm like, where were they hiding? And Sarah's like, oh, I was working with them for 6 months. So, be open to getting support and help and being around leaders like Sarah, because this is where you find the growth. Thank you, Sarah, so much. We're going to stick around. Feel free to pop off at any time. We're going to do another commercial break where I'm going to drop the link again for you guys. That way you can see where you can get your pre-order. And here's what I love about this pre-order thing, y'all, because I'm like, this is not it. That's not it. Take that down. Um, the pre-order link, it's so cute. Can I show y'all what it looks like on Amazon? Let me show y'all. So let's take a quick break from this part of the stream, and let me take down some of these links because this is a little ghetto. Did y'all enjoy that last live stream? I am so impressed. I am so impressed. This is proof that you don't know what things look like until you do it. You never know what it looks like until it's done. I am so impressed with us. I am so excited that we have, developed it, because it's not something that happens overnight. Like, we had to actually work together, y'all. Like, remember all the times, okay? So I'm so proud of us for really digging into ourselves, our stories, building from within, and being there for ourselves as well as other people, because you can't be there for other people if you're not there for yourself first. I'm going to share this with you guys. Let me see if I can. Yep, I can do it from here. So this is the actual Amazon page that we're listed on. I really do think we're super cute, but then again, that's just me. That's just me. But look, $2.99, y'all. $2.99. So what you want to do is you want to be one of the first ones to grab your pre-order, because what will happen is you will get your pre-order, but once you actually click for your pre-order, we know that you have invested into our donations. Every single thing that you put towards our W.I.N community, it goes towards our funding for our projects, programs, W.I.N meetups, activities, all these things you hear us talk about, right? Even this book itself. But we make sure that we give you guys easy access so that you can collect as many as possible and share with the world. So if you have women in your life or men in your life that want to really dig into the stories of these amazing, powerful women that we talk to, and we still have, who do we have? We have Dr. Manuela, we have Coach Val, and I feel like I'm missing somebody. I gotta be missing someone. So I'm going to put up the next featured guest in a moment. But I just wanted to show you guys the live page. So when you guys go here for go on Amazon, and I will actually be going probably on my Amazon Live channel, and I'll explain and I'll talk more about this. But this is where you get to pre-order with just one click, and it's going to straight go to your Kindle. It's going to straight download to you. Once the 28th hits, it will be delivered. Okay. So this is just making sure you get your copy and that you get as many copies to be distributed to your friends, family, and people who really need to hear stories of resilience. Look at these. Oh my God, they are beautiful. These ladies are like, oh my God. So listen, y'all. Okay. So we're definitely have this powerful collection of stories. We're gonna help you win with this. So if you're interested too, because I just talked to Sarah and she is in charge of this project. If you're like, you know what, this is the bomb.com. I need to take the stepping stone to start writing my own book. If you are a WIN member, and that means that you have signed up as a WIN member on the website, and we can show you that towards the end of this live stream today. You will be able to get into all of our WIN activities and events. This is one of our activities. Winning Women was a concept that we had invite only for our WIN members. And we did do an exclusive invite. So when you are showing up and you're present and you are actively telling people what you need, you never know who's listening. And this is why this is so special. So just a heads up, y'all, we are going to be doing more books. We're going to be telling more stories, and we want to get more women safe spaces to start where they are and to fearlessly rise to the top. Okay, so that's the link. I actually already ordered mine. I ordered I think I only ordered one so far. Yeah, I only ordered one so far, but I need to order a few more. So I'll be ordering a few more today. You guys join me and order your copy. Get one for your mom, your sister, your brothers, your dad, everybody. All right. So let me get back over here because we did call out a few amazing sponsors already. And I want to give you guys an intermission because I'm going to show you guys this. And I meant to tell TC this, I was very hungry earlier when I you guys to eat. I've been taking care of business while I'm talking to you. 9 winning women after a while, because even hearing the women's stories, what they wrote in the book, I had no idea they got that deep. I do know that they actually, I read a couple things while skimming through. I'm shocked that I couldn't pinpoint what it was. That there's so many layers constantly tell our stories so people understand and know more. We're gonna nourishments. Make sure you guys take your breaks doing your we run into the next hour, which is going to be with our next speakers. I'm going to put those speakers up in a moment so you see who they are. But I'm telling you, you guys don't want to miss out. We'll be going all the way up until our last speaker ends at 4 o'clock. And we're going to be going all the way up until then. And I just cannot wait I can't wait to share this with you guys. Make sure also that you follow the Women into Networking WIN community. We have amazing things happening. And I just want to do it again because I promise y'all, I'm not being biased, but I went to Seed Atlanta who, and I think we're going to do some amazing things with some local Atlanta not vendors, but Atlanta business owners who are women entrepreneurs, even men who support us, because we have these amazing opportunities to get products that were, purple peas. I never even knew that there were purple peas. So, we have some seeds that we're giving away at the in our bougie boxes at the garden party. Seed Atlanta is going to be joining us, teaching us with her plantini bar and the sipping soil. So I'm so excited that we get to just kind of have these times to share and connect in community. So check out all that we have as members while I go eat this lunch. Okay, I'm going to put the links and drop them for you, and then we will see you back here with our next guest. Hey guys, I hope you can hear me clear. You can definitely hear me clear. Okay. So I am basically coming back from the intermission, and guys, listen, I missed Dr. Manuela. I feel really bad about that because I had such a fun night schedule that I was keeping. And for some reason, I missed her. So I had her and Sarah at the same time at 1 o'clock, but hopefully Dr. Manuela can jump in so that we can still feature her. She is phenomenal, and I really want to see what her story is about, what she's overcome, how she's been able to get those trials to triumph, and from what I've already had dialogue with Dr. Manuela is that um, she is really living her life out loud, and so I can't wait for you guys to meet her. Dr. Manuela, feel free to pop back in at any time. I did miss that 1 o'clock, but at 2 o'clock we do have a couple coming up. We have, let's see who it is. Okay, so since Sarah and Dr. Nella was at 1 o'clock, we have Coach Val last. So that'll give Dr. Manuela some time to pop back in here. So listen, we've been talking all day since 8 a.m. this morning about our virtual launch today. We just basically are launching our pre-orders for the ebook for the winning women. I got tongue tied again. Trials to Triumph, and this is going to help you understand more about community members within WIN. It's also going to help you understand more about how to have resiliency throughout all of your trials, because we have all clearly just went through a lot in our lives, and through this live stream you were able to see that and how we overcame that and what it looked like. I love digging this deep. So Coach Val seems like she's going to take us out strong with just making sure that we share her chapter. Hopefully Dr. Manuela can come back in. Like I said, I do want to get as many of our authors. I know we have one more author, also our editor, Brittany Lepore. She unfortunately couldn't make the live streams, but hopefully we'll be able to get her on a separate live stream and talk about her chapter. And this is just, it's so good. So yeah, so it's almost the 2 o'clock hour. Coach Val is going to pop in here. We're going to talk about her chapter, her trial to triumph, what it looked like. And we're going to dig more into the woman behind the brand. I hope you guys have really enjoyed the story so far. Some of the things that I have heard has resonated heavily with me because I've been through a lot of those things as well. I understand what it looks like to actually feel pain behind a lot of those struggles, and also to feel so good that you overcame every single struggle. Like I saw it was not a reel, it was a post on Facebook, and it said, you survived 100% of your bad days. And it dawned on me, like, absolutely, we can look at the glass half full, or we can look at the glass half empty. And we just choose to look at that half full, if not filled to the top over here in this community. So we have some amazing authors. Coach Val is going to be coming up, and I want you guys to also click on the pre-order link to get your pre-orders today. Get as many pre-orders as you can, because what we're doing is we're getting people this into the hands of people who really need it. And sometimes you have someone on your mind that really needs to hear a story that's going to get them out of a place of darkness, that's going to hear a story that talks about some of the things like how we just heard on the live stream earlier, where, you know, maybe someone's going through infertility and don't know how to talk about it and don't know who to talk to about it. Maybe, you know, someone's going through some type of health condition, or, you know, overcoming a health condition. And so you never know what your story is going to bring forth. So I want to bring Coach Val up to the stage. Coach Val, I hope you're ready to speak, because I've been waiting for this whole day for a long time to make sure that we talk about everything that has brought us from trial to triumph. And yeah, I'm going to bring you up, and let me go ahead and change this for you guys. Give me one moment. Okay, and we have Val. And you guys saw on the intermission how I posted, you know, the Amazon link, so you guys can go over there and, you know, check it out. We have all of our authors listed, which I thought was so cute. Hi, Coach Val. Welcome to the live.
Okay, I had my camera off.
Is acting funny on you?
It still shows off. Are you seeing me at all? Because I saw just the little.
I can see you.
Oh,
okay. Wait, it did it again. It went off now. Huh.
That's weird.
That is weird. Well, we're still going to try it out. So just try getting on the live feed. But Coach Val, we have we have gone through a journey, and all of our authors had a chance to speak on what that journey looked like for them. I want people to get to know more about yours as well. I want them to hear about some of those things that we discussed earlier, like your pain points, like what were some of the things emotionally that came up for you reading the chapter? What were some of the challenges physically you went through while writing the chapter, and all these good things. So let's start off by introductions first. I don't want to overwhelm everyone. So go ahead, Coach Val. I'm going to send it over to you first for intros.
Absolutely. And I'm between places, y'all. But I'm Coach Val, and I'm a transformational mindset and wealth coach. And bottom line, I just like to empower women to become the best version of themselves, primarily through their faith, self-awareness, and authenticity. And, and really, understanding and embracing their true worth. A lot of us, I realize even in my coaching practice, don't. Right, we think we do until we get it from a different perspective and realize how much of ourselves we're giving away, and nothing's being poured back in. So that's my life goal. I want, and from a wealth standpoint, I want to be able to touch the lives of thousands of women across the globe, to impact them from a personal standpoint, as well as a professional and financial standpoint, all centered around our faith.
I love that so much, because I think God, really likes it when we have the things that we need to live the lives that we desire, and all those things matter, in essence, but not bigger than your faith. I've been around you, Coach Val, and I know your faith is pretty big. Okay, so
You know,
um,
what's weird is I tried to separate the two and realized that I couldn't. It was very uncomfortable for me to separate it, because even in my job, my career job that I retired from in July of 2023, I it wasn't acceptable for us to infuse our faith with anything that we did at work. And so I knew that God was preparing me there for what He had for me on the outside. So I got what I needed there, and now I can put the two together. And when I initially started coaching, I didn't, because I was so accustomed to the way that I had to do it in that space. And I found that I couldn't not do it, because it's a huge part of how I came through the challenges that I came through. So I can't talk about, overcoming without talking about my faith.
that's powerful. I think it's true, because every time we transition, we have to shift our minds, right? Like with where we're at now. You've done so many things. So let's start with where we're at, because we could run down the list, but I don't want to overwhelm them. We're going to talk about all the accolades at the end, but now let's get to know the woman behind the brand. When you were writing your story, what feelings came up for you?
Well, initially I was like, okay, where am I going to go with this? What am I going to And especially because I have an anthology that's coming up, and I needed to make sure that I wasn't duplicating it to an exact degree, so to speak. But I thought about the more recent transitions that I had, and the fact that a lot of women, are, I've been in spaces and found out, that we're more alike than we are different. And so many people are going through those same challenges. I had challenges at my job that were just unbelievable. And now I know right now a lot of people are experiencing that, to a significant degree. And then, I've learned that a lot of people were either going through or have been through a divorce. And, that was probably harder for me to talk about than the work situation, because it was so personal and close to me. And, and I want to encourage women too with that, because at first I was like, I don't want everybody knowing that, because you're embarrassed. There's a multitude of emotions that you experience through a divorce, which is why a lot of us stay in them for too long, in a marriage for too long, because we're embarrassed to leave it. We want to try to make it work. We don't want to, look as if we failed. And then especially if you're on certain stages or in a certain place in your life, and people, that people are looking at you, you're less inclined to say, I'm going through a divorce, and but I believe now that the thing that has really helped me the most in my journey is being transparent. Is just being transparent, because first of all, that takes the weight off of me. And then it also helps people, because I do not believe that God gives us experiences for no reason, even if they're painful. I do believe that His intention is for our pain to be turned into a purpose. And that's what I want to do with my story.
That's so powerful. I was glitching for a second there, but I heard what you said, because I think, like what we said it earlier, what you're going through, sometimes we look at it like, oh my God, it's so much. I heard you use the D's. Well, like these are things that we go through as women the most, because like I've heard so many, like you said, Coach Val, so many people recently in the last like 3 months talk about divorces and death, and just really looking forward to like, okay, where's the sense of release here? Like, I'm just going to go through this thing. So thank you for sharing how you felt, because feelings I think are valid and real. How did you cope with those feelings? Like, was there something that you did that you were just like, okay, because I'm asking you because this is your area, emotional intelligence. So I want to emphasize it a little.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, and I think I have shared this already too. I literally, and I want to say this because I want people not to do it. I found myself making myself busy, right? As I was going through the journey of the divorce. And I was making myself busy so that I didn't have to deal with the emotional impact of that experience. And writing, taking the time back to and sitting back and writing the chapter, one, it forced me to revisit the situations as well as my emotions around them, and where where do I want to be in that space emotionally. And one is not to keep holding on to it, right? And so, but that's what I was doing when I wasn't dealing with it. So the writing the story helped me to, one, I revisited, I went in, I had a moment of I had kind of a emotional setback as a result. But because I know what I want to do and I know that this is going to impact others, I was like, okay, you got to get it done. You got to get it done. And so, and it even allowed me, even as I was experiencing those emotions, to infuse some of that into the chapter itself. That, we have to deal with it. We have to deal with the situation and not find other things to take its place, because at the end of the day, when those things are gone, that's still there. It's still there. So it forced me into a position to reevaluate my situation, and it resulted in me taking some things off my plate so that I could deal with it. And I'm better because of it.
Some powerful statements, Coach Val. I really appreciate you sharing that, the what not to do, because as you were speaking, I'm like, yeah, I'm listen. I've been my brain is like trying to put the thoughts together, because there's so many things that are happening when it comes to women, and when we are not wanting to deal with how we feel. Um, so I know that's a conversation for a whole nother situation. But yeah, you're so absolutely right. And if you are a woman who, like me, where I like to be in control of things, that matters to, always have something to do when things are going wrong, or, so we have to be careful. And I appreciate you sharing that. So yeah, self-reflection. So you had some challenges. What, what was something you learned about yourself through the process?
Well, and this is something that I'm hearing a bit more now, especially in the personal development and growth spaces. And it's my experience too. And it's that, I had to look at the fact that I've survived everything else that I've gone through. And I didn't have, like, I had some very traumatic experiences, from, um, and I'm being very transparent here, but from molestation as a young female, and then subsequently as a young adult in my college age, my college years, I was raped by somebody. I still don't know what they look like. I don't know if they're still alive. I don't know. And then ultimately experiencing domestic abuse. And so, it helps me, and I'm hoping it helps others, right? I look back at those situations and how bad they were. I don't, spend a whole lot of time reflecting on it, but it's something to reflect and remember, only for the fact that you made it through there, though. Look at where you're standing right now. So, I believe now that whatever is in my path, I can overcome it. It's just, and I, like I said, I stand on the word when doing so, because God has given us dominion and authority over on the earth. So we need to walk in that authority. And I've made it a commitment to myself that I will.
That commitment word reminds me of what we talked about earlier, which was make a decision. Because you're committing to yourself to say, I'm going to do this. And I love how you're sharing so transparently about all of the things that personally most people would never. It's something that, and that's something I want to highlight, because, and I was going to ask, is there anything in the book that we're going to see that's going to be like, okay, this is mind blowing, we didn't know this about Coach Val, and you just said it. Like, that's just one main thing I think that a lot of us go through. And personally, I think that that's why domestic violence becomes a little normalized over time, because we just don't know how to deal with it.
Absolutely.
How do you like, no, how do you, not how do you, but I want to know for people listening, because that was a really, like, very deep place that you had to dig yourself out of.
Absolutely.
What would you say to people about that transition that helped you so much that you would highly recommend for anyone else to do?
Absolutely. And, and I use it now for everything. And, and it was different. Back then, I was kind of immature in a lot of spaces, especially in the emotional intelligence space, which is why that was so important for me. And now I coach with that as my foundation, because back then it was just like, okay, I played victim for a while until I decided, and, just like you said, you have to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
And at the time, to be honest with you, my why was so big because I had school age kids. So my why was huge. I was like, okay, I can't fail because they're counting on me,
Yeah.
right? But here's the thing, and I look back and say, and I will say what I use for the situation with my marriage, because you don't get, I'm 58 years old, and I had my
Don't
first
look it.
and
Lord
only.
Jesus.
Thank you very much. I get it from my mom.
That,
But I got married at 51, and that was my own first and only marriage, right? And so I definitely at that point in my life did not think that I would be getting divorced, because I took so long to get what I thought was the right, situation. So I'm saying this to you ladies, sometimes people are only in your life for a reason in the season, and you have to identify which it is before you say I do. Right. So but the thing is that the key thing is choose you. I tell people I did not choose divorce. I didn't choose divorce. I didn't choose retirement. I chose me, and those were byproducts of that choice.
man, this is powerful. We turned into a whole nother mini mastermind here, y'all. So thank you so much, because Coach Val does, and shout out real quick to Coach Val, because she's not only a co-author of this amazing book that we just did together, which it's still blowing my mind. So I'm like, we're gonna have this book forever, y'all. Like, we're just, like, we just did a project together that will be there, and we get to share our stories together. And so when I think about you, Coach Val, not only did you participate in that, but you are constantly involving yourself in spaces where you're leading and advising and supporting, and that win room that you do from broken to breakthrough, it gets me every time, sis. Like, I wish I could be in every single room, because we are really, I love how you're breaking down the faith aspect in everything that we do. So I want to hear a little bit more, because man, I didn't have my notes with me this time. I've been taking notes all day. I guess my hand got tired. So one thing that I do want to visit, though, is with regards to support, because I know that we talked about that a little bit today. And community was one of those key words that kept coming back up. So I want to hear your take on it. Like, how has community either benefited you, or how have you struggled through it?
And it's funny that you talk about that, because a lot Tuesday, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
do mindset piece. I talk about the money part of it too, the wealth building part, but it's all relative, because I started off as a financial coach and ended up being a mindset coach, because the people I was coaching financially needed a mindset shift first, right? So I transitioned. But I tell you, community, I believe, is so important. And the last couple of episodes, we talked about auditing your tribe, auditing your circle, right? Because who you hang around and the information that you absorb are crucial to your success. They're crucial. So you have to evaluate the circle, and be around like-minded people, people that are either going in the same direction that you're going in, or already there, right? I love being in rooms where I'm not the smartest one. Right. And, and I don't have my dad, and this was in me from a young age, because my dad was like, you don't know anybody there. What, you're not afraid to go? I'm like, I'm going to meet people when I get there, you know? And so, I don't mind being in the rooms. I was at an event last year, and I was telling my friend, because he couldn't make it, my partner, he couldn't make it. So I went, and I told him, I said, well, in the room, when it started filling up, I said, well, I am the darkest person in the room. I did tell him that. I'm sorry. I did. I said, I am. I said, but you know what? These are the rooms that we need to be in, because why? Just like I said on our live today, if you're not talking about wealth building, legacy, investments, and the things that are going to make a difference in your life, your financial future, because that's what I'm really hard on right now, we need to be able to sustain no matter what you do otherwise. You have to be able to fund yourself and, you know, any businesses that you have. So I want people to be in the financial position to do that, and that's what our live is all about. But we talked about, still, you have to be in the right rooms and getting the right information, not just hanging with your homies. I mean, all of that's well and good, but if people are bringing you down and not building you up, then you're definitely in the wrong circle. So evaluate your circle, get the right tribe, and I definitely believe in community. On Facebook, I did start a community, and we talk about these things, and it's called Black Women Empowered, right? And it's, we know that our community is lacking a lot of the financial information that they need in order to be financially successful from a personal or professional standpoint. So I definitely want, I believe that community is so key, because you're able to create spaces where you can have candid conversations, safe spaces, just like the Broken to Breakthrough Clubhouse room. It's a safe space for us to have candid conversations. And you'll be surprised at how much, again, that we are alike than we are different. Because, even I was at an event, it was a woman's event, and it was about 10 or 12 of us that sat down on a break and just kind of, was just getting to know each other. And we learned just in that break how many of us had experienced domestic violence, right? So it's so important to be around community, if for no other reason, to get the information that you need to get, and to understand that you're not alone. And if you're willing to be open to the support is there. Amen. I think there's
Wow. Hold on one second. I'm gonna pop on the other side real quick. We've been on for what, 6 hours? So we okay with the little bit of technical tea. We just gonna pray for better connection. Hold on one second, Val. Let me. Okay. I know that's gotta feel weird to y'all, like popping in and popping out on you guys. So yeah, I love everything you're saying, because community, for me, I've always wanted, remember the show Girlfriends, where
yes.
all the girls got together, and then I used to be in that show, like in my head, like what are my girlfriends gonna like? We're gonna hang out, we're gonna do this. And it wasn't about like going out to parties or anything. It was actually having a group of people that understood you. And it reminds me that we are all human like that. Like no one's an alien out here just independently being okay. Like nobody wants to be alone. So I think like, and nobody really is alone. Let's put it like that, because we're gonna correct some things there. But I think we have to choose who the right people we need to be around. We, like Karan said that earlier, be in the right communities, because sometimes we can get a little butt hurt by being around the wrong people.
Absolutely.
And I think like for some of us who are still looking for that connection in community, so that we can get to these, because all these triumph stories that we have, we went through so many trials of like trial and error. Like, okay, is this right? No. Okay, is this relationship right? No. Okay, did this guy? And thank you for sharing, the difference in where your journeys were. Like because sometimes we don't realize the dynamic. You're 51, getting married for the first time, that is truly phenomenal, because you're now in this phase in your life where you're just like, I live my life for me. I did what, now you want to share it with someone. You want to really grow that thing. But the disappointment of someone not being able to grow with you. And I think a lot of us experience that. So what kind of advice would you give for, any young lady or anyone that's like, I'm like right there. I feel that, like, I don't feel like I have control though. So what do I do? Any advice that you can think of right now that comes to mind?
Seek help. Seek help, and don't be afraid to. First of all, and a lot of times it does go to this extent, but mental health is a real issue, and it's an issue that we should not fear, right? We should face it. When I went through my coaching training, it it was real deep. I mean, I took my coaching training very, very seriously, and the first thing that they tell you after a few lessons, right, is now you're going to coach a client, but your first client is you, right? And so, and that made a big difference. So we really had to look inside, and we had to unpeel some layers. And quite honestly, I had to take a moment back for a while and go to therapy after a while, because the layers got peeled so far back that I realized a lot of the reasons. And here's the thing, ladies, I really want you to pick up this point, that I didn't understand why, I had so much talent, so much information, and I have no problem, connecting with people, because I'm a connector, right? Plus I love people, and I love being, around that type of energy. But I couldn't understand why I couldn't just get myself out there. And it took unpeeling those layers with a therapist in order for me to see that there were things that went all the way back to my childhood that prevented me from doing what I knew I wanted to do, and had every right to do, and I had everything I needed to do it, except I would just freeze. I would freeze, and people would say it to me like, Valerie, you are so good at what you do, like it's just natural for you, and so you have to be able to acknowledge that part. You have to acknowledge that part. And I'm gonna just tell you, I told you that I went through molestation as a child. So I never wanted to be out in front. I never did. Even though that's my personality type, that particular situation put me in a mind frame that I did not want to be out there like that. It was so hard for me to start doing lives and stuff like that on social media. So I was like, I don't want to. Let me just be behind the scenes and help people. I don't want, like, can I do something, but I don't have to do that. But you have to realize too, when you just don't understand like why something is stopping you and you can't figure out what it is, it's more than likely something from your past that's affecting you, and you just haven't realized it yet. And I'm so grateful. It was a painful journey going through that unpeeling process, but it was well worth the outcome.
My, whew, can I just say, that's some great advice. Get some help, and really put yourself in position to heal. I had to go through therapy too, Coach Val, and we all, I think, can benefit from checking in and seeing where we are, in that space, because I agree with you. There's so many things that I think we go through as women, from our childhood, that just never gets put out there. And you just blew my mind when you said that you did not want to be at the front and out there, but you liked be. I mean, oh my gosh, it makes so much sense. Like, I mean, in another way, because I'm thinking about so many ways that can make sense. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And if we don't have someone to tell us, well, let's dig in, someone to guide us, then a lot of that just stays in our head
Absolutely.
and our bodies.
Absolutely. And we don't even realize it. And
So,
the main thing that I can remember about that experience, my therapist kept asking me, why? Why do you feel that way about it? Why are you responding to this thing like that? Why? Because it's not the situation. It's something that it's reminding you of.
uh, mm. Woo, we can take so much from this. This is like our own therapy right here. Okay, let's stop right there because we do have to make sure that we get to this book. And Coach Val's giving us her time. And I know that, and we all of your time is precious. So I want to make sure I respect that. Coach Val, I want them to really also get to know a little bit more about you and the chapters. Is there anything? Well, you told us some shocking stuff already. I'm going to pass back that question. Okay, go past that one. Woo, when you were talking about auditing your circle, so I want to give the audience some real strategic measures for that because you've been doing what you've been doing through your own healing process. I love how you had to do it to yourself first. A lot of people don't get there. They don't know what that even like. Oh no, I help other people. So I want to know, what did that look like for you when you had to audit your circle?
Oh, we.
Okay.
So here's the first thing that I would say, even going into it, because you have to be completely open minded when you're given the charge or make the decision, because you're going to have to, even if you're given the charge, you're going to have to make the decision that I'm going to audit my circle, right? It can't be I'm going to audit certain people. I'm only going to include certain people in this audit. It means everybody. It means everybody. It means family. It means close friends. It means acquaintances. It means, colleagues. It means everybody. And it forced me to set boundaries with the people that I couldn't put out of my circle. Right? So boundaries became a huge part of my coaching experience because, believe it or not, a lot of us don't have them. And I didn't. I was a single parent for a very long until I got married, right? At 51. So I have 3 adult children now. But I never really set boundaries because I'm a single mom. I have to always be there for them. Right? And then imagine me at 51 now married, really having to set boundaries because now I have a husband. And so my availability to you as children, they're adults, but it's different. It looks different, right? And we have to be able to make those decisions. I can promise you, I've had to say it to my daughter, and for a while we didn't speak, but she was against my marriage. And I told her, I said, I'm not asking you for permission. I just want to understand your position. I give you that respect, but you have to set those boundaries, right? And even close friends, you know, are they pulling you down or are they lifting you up? And sometimes they're in a space. It's no fault of theirs. Sometimes they're in a space that's not gonna is working out for you. So you have to determine what that looks like, what that relationship looks like, because it's going to be an adjustment. And there's some people you just have to remove altogether. And I know, I tell people, I say I had to reposition people in my life and I had to remove some people in my life, and that's not always a good experience because initially people are not going to be accepting to that. I had to say no to people that I used to say yes to all the time, right? But no is a complete sentence. It is. And it doesn't necessarily have to be no, I don't feel like doing that. I'm not doing that for you no more. No, it could be just like no for not for now. Because just like when I was going through the period of, building my financial house, right? I knew I was living paycheck to paycheck on a 6-figure income. And I'm like, this don't make any sense. Right. And I made a decision that I was going to do something different. And during that process, I had to tell people, I'm sorry, my money is busy. I do not have to because I'm always giving, and supporting people, and then looking at the fact that they're making poor choices, and I'm facilitating that situation. So we have to look at too, how much are you facilitating the bad things that you're supporting in other people, those bad habits. I'm not going to have somebody keep asking me for money and I give it, but you just blowing your money willy nilly. No, ma'am. No, sir. It's not going to happen like that. Right, just like now with my grandkids, when they don't ask for $20, no, $10, they ask for hundreds. So now I want to put a skill in your hands so that you can start to build that. Not that I'm not going to do it, but I want you to be able to come into your own. So absolutely, it doesn't
Oh
feel good.
my God. You brought me to so many places just then. I hope that this is still a good connection over here, but Um, you brought me to so many places there because we do have control over ourselves at all times if we choose to.
Absolutely.
But when you talked about being stuck and not really being able to do what you know you can do, and not realizing that there are some underlying fears and things that are emotionally setting us back, like these are important, and I love that we're talking about boundaries. um Let me ask you a question, because I know, like, we still got a little bit of time with Coach Val, so I just want to take advantage here, because I think that for women, to your point, because we are the birthers, right? I mean, no one else births babies but us, right? Like, men contribute, but we got to go through that pain, that labor, that teaching, that raising, that all of the process of creating a person and getting them to have those boundaries to get these young men prepared for life. But then now having to put those boundaries up so you can fill your own cup back up.
Absolutely.
I think that's a powerful measure, but do you think that that's something that most women have to go through? And I'm not
Uh,
saying that they have to by choice, but I mean, I'm thinking, like, because a lot of the situations that I have experienced in the community, in my personal life, women, we do, we can do a lot for other people. We have a high capacity to give. But when it comes to ourselves, we tend to get a little lost in that and setting up boundaries. And I don't know. I just want to hear your thoughts about that.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think that the answer to your question is yes. We all as women should we definitely should evaluate, that situation. Um, this our strength is really, comes from within. We're nurturers by design. I believe we're nurturers by design, and like you said, we often put ourselves
Mhm.
at the end, if at all.
Yeah.
Because I one of the things that I talk about a lot is self care in my coaching, because we often forget about us. I make a point to do something to celebrate me on a regular basis, and I didn't used to do that. I had people to tell me about, you need to find some time for yourself. Like, you doing everything for everybody, you're being everything to everybody, but that's a part of my personality style too, which is why the coaching and
Mhm.
doing being my own client really was, pivotal in my journey, because you have to really look at, because we all have certain strengths, we also have certain blind spots, right? And we
Yes.
follow certain personality preference categories. And those, even though some of those uh, preferences have the strong points that we can definitely benefit from, right? If we don't know how to use them, how to leverage it, it can become our kryptonite instead of our power, right? And I had to learn that on a professional level and a personal level. And for instance, on the professional level, I often wondered why. I had actually one of my colleagues to say this to our boss, that I was intimidating. So just to give you some reference, I have a dominant personality. So that's the red if you all do colors, right? And then I'm also my second, but they're almost equally as high. But I lead with a dominant personality. But right under that is that influential personality, right? That's the blue. And you know the the two, they really combat each other to a significant degree, right? But I had to learn how to manage that, because what was happening at work is that I like leading with the influential person, the fun enthusiastic person, because that's the personality that I gravitate to the most. I have more fun in that personality, right? That's just naturally me. But when it comes to business, when it comes to having to get some things done, I hop into that other mode and I'm there. And we're laser focused, but that's what that personality style does, right? And I had to learn how to navigate seamlessly between the two so people don't think that I'm Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Right? Like, what's wrong with her? And I realized that now, although I wasn't being intimidating, it wasn't an intentional thing. Now I understand why some people saw me as that way. Because when it came to business, I was all about business. The fun part, we putting that to the side, right? So we have to, one, the key thing for me is self awareness in every journey. It doesn't matter. We need to first know who we are, and then we can tell people how to treat us.
I'm over here feeling like I don't even want to get on this other phone over here because I feel like it's going to mess me up. Because Coach Val, we're almost at the end. I want them to get to know you, how to connect with you, because everything you're saying, I'm sure, you've lived it, you're teaching it, and so people are getting like a little bit of a like bird's eye view as to what transformation looks like. And everyone clearly has their own level of transformation. But I love how you're, just kind of guiding us through your story. In your chapter, though, is something that people are going to be reading, and they're going to be able to reach out to you after they read your chapter. So I want you to drop some of your contact information. That way, when you talk about it, because we're going to talk about it in a second. When you talk about it, they can grab that information. Did you say something, Coach Val?
Well, I was getting ready to because I'm having trouble posting in the main chat, so I did put it in the chat so for you to see. So if you could repost it, that would work. I did. I'm giving my link tree contact information because that actually leads to everything that I do. It leads to everything that I do. So I'll
Yeah.
put information on there.
Okay, you guys got to connect with Coach Val. I mean, she's doing, and I know some of what you're doing, so I know you're going to announce that because you got the Bucks and Brunch and the live streams, and sure, a lot of things that you have going on behind the scenes that people can join you, especially in your local city of Houston, because we already know down there, you're growing that market and rocking and rolling and connecting. I want you guys to look in the chat. I put Coach Val's link, and that's going to stay there evergreen. So you can always come back to this, and you can always, connect with her. But we do this to make sure that our community members, our WIN members, our authors, that when we came together to do this, but we do so much more. We're authors now, but we do so much more. And there are some levels of transformation that you guys can get from being connected to the right people. So we always have contact information when we shout out anything in our WIN community, and we're doing things with our WIN members. So, Coach Val, as we're coming down the line, what do you feel like for a lot of, I guess, community, because we're talking about community, we're talking about healing, and I just left the Healing While Building Summit. Shout out to our corporate sponsor, LaShauna West. But I'm thinking that healing is an ever-growing process. Because we talked about therapy, we talked about divorce, we talked about childhood traumas, we talked about a lot of stuff here. What do you want to say about that healing process? Does it ever end? Like for people who are like, I'm done already, or does it get easier? Like, what does that look like for you?
Healing to me, because life keeps lifing, is an ongoing process. Because things can happen to you, right? But healing from a situation, that should have a stopping point, right? You could, because when you, and this is how, why I feel like I have so much more power behind my words now, and even my emotions, because when you actually heal from something, you are so much more, apt to get out there and share it, right? Because you want, the other side of healing is so profound, and this may sound crazy, but I know when I reach my point of healing in each situation, because it's like the lights are brighter and the grass is greener, and it just looks that way, right? It just, everything falls into place and you just have an overall better feeling. But understand that healing is a process. And we should not just stop it saying, okay, well, I'm good where I am. Are you really? So, like you were saying before, we have to continue to self assess, reflect, and self assess and see, where are we right now? Where are my emotions right now? And here's a key thing that I'm going to say to do, because it's so helpful, and it's going to, and then you don't have to remember everything you thought, right? Journal your experience. Journal your experience, because it allows you, one, to put that down on paper, and then you can go back to it 2 months, 6 months, 12 months later and see where you've come from. That's some of those celebrations that we tend to forget about, right? Those milestones when we walk through this process, and and there's some healing that has happened. But where are we? And start off with, where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? That's the only way you're gonna know if you got there, right? What are your emotions? What do your emotions have to be? How are you feeling? What are you doing? Right? So healing, I think it's an ongoing process, but there is an end to it. It just, situationally, things may come up, but guess what? I can tell you this: once you become more self-aware, it changes the game. It really changes the game, because now you know how to handle situations. It's not about the person or the people that you're dealing with. It's about you. Like Allegra just said, we can control what we do, right? We can control what we do. And I'm going to give you a for instance, because I always believe in making, whatever I say practical, right? But if you know better, you're supposed to do better. That's not just a cliche, term. And it happened to me in my marriage and at work. But I'm gonna give you the marriage example. I realized that I have high energy. I'm on 110, especially if I'm excited about something, right? On the other hand, my husband at the time was totally the opposite. He's very laid back and not very excitable about anything, right? So I knew that if I really wanted him to listen to what I was saying, I have to bring it down a notch. So 9 times out of 10, I've already talked to somebody who's at the same energy level as me and can receive it the way that I'm going to give it in my own space, right? Because we call that adapting, right? Sometimes you have to adapt to a different behavior style in order to get your message across. So I had to calm things down when I was talking to my husband, just like with decisions, crucial decisions in the household. We were getting the bathroom remodeled, for instance, right? And he couldn't be there to go through it, but he's a very detail oriented person. That's just his style, right? On the other hand, I told you I'm a dominant style. We don't really care about the details. We just want to get you from point A to point B, right? So I knew that if I'm handling it, I need to get the details because he's going to ask for them. Although it didn't matter to me, I just, as long as my bathroom got fixed, I'm fine. But he wanted all of the details in between. And so I had to get that for him. But that's the things that we start to understand. One, we need to understand ourselves, know how to adjust our own approaches so that we can actually get the things that we want or have the conversations that we want in the way. And and it's we navigate those conversations very well when we're self-aware. And then you start to identify, the behaviors of other people in conversation, and then you can make those adjustments too,
That
so that you're
part.
talking to them the way they receive information and not the way you receive information.
Wow. That was powerful because it reminds me of a lot of things that my mom talks to me about. She's told me about in the past, and we still talk about to this day. Coach Val, we just had a conversation yesterday about just what you're talking about, and adjusting, and I'm getting married in January. So your advice is pivotal because for someone like even myself, right? Thinking about going into situations, like these are preventative measures. We don't have to make the mistakes. We don't have to go through the same situations. We can actually learn reading your story and say, oh, wow, I I don't really want to go through that. So how do I prepare? Um, and that's kind of what it's reminding me of, because even the dynamic, like, and yes, Coach Val, I feel you on that, because I'm learning that when you have a partner that you want to share the rest of your life with, it really has to be a true commitment and a true desire that you have on your heart. Like, you really want it. And like, we were talking about this too, and I'll end with this, and we want to share some of your information, because I feel like this goes right in alignment with what you teach, where you're at, what you've gone through, and how that's going to change so many lives in the future. Like, to talk to women who are in their 50s and like, I waited all this time and it failed and didn't work out. And you're like, no, it worked out. It worked out. You're okay. I love that the energy around this is very freeing, because for anyone, someone going through a divorce, someone getting into a relationship, because as we think about our relationships as women in business and women who manage families and want to live our best lives for ourselves, we have to be the best person to us first. To your point, that's what I heard you say. And then the relationship kind of spills out from there. So if you're, like what you say, hold on, let me go back to my notes. She said, audit your circle, okay? Because if your friends and family and people just don't align with that, it's okay. You said no is a complete sentence. It's okay to have boundaries. I got so much from you, Coach Val. This is like another mini mastermind. Thank you so much. I want people to know, how can they get access to all of the good things that you have going on. So let's talk about that real quick.
Absolutely.
What do you have going on? What do you want people to get involved in?
Absolutely. So one of my big pushes right now, other than the coaching, and I'll get to that in a moment, and the link tree, like I said, that link will link you to every opportunity to contact me or get involved in the things that I'm doing. But one is Bucks and Brunch. Bucks and Brunch is right now so crucial because it's so relevant with the changes that are happening in our economy right now. It is a goal of myself and my partner, as well as some of our circle, to educate our public on the digital asset space and how they can leverage what's happening right now in their favor, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh my God, this administration, and they're doing this and they're doing that. Pay attention to what they're doing. Because whether we like it or not, we have this administration for at least another 4 years, right? And so we can't wait 4 years to take action. We need to take action now. So Bucks and Brunch is an opportunity to really get that information. We spend that time, our primary focus is faith, wealth building, and mindset. And when I say wealth building, we have guests on talking about all different types of investments. We specifically focus on forex trading, crypto, and real estate. But we have other avenues too, because we know everything is not for everybody. But you need to be in the digital space. You have to know what's going on. So our primary focus is to educate. And we do that every single Tuesday on Zoom, but we're changing. I just visited the podcast room. We're going to be moving it to a podcast, and and really taking this to the next level, because the information is so relevant now, considering the current economy and where our government is going in this digital space. So we want to make sure that people have the information that they need to be prepared, because if you get left behind, it's going to be a long time before you catch up. I follow a group out of Atlanta called the Black Mastermind. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, Allegra, but they did a study in saying, if you don't get on this bandwagon, because this is the largest wealth gap ever, and that we will ever see in our lifetime, but it's an opportunity for us to change our financial trajectory, and we're not gonna see it again in our lifetime, right? So if you miss it, what their study said is that it will take 200 years to catch up. That's how big the gap is. And right now, the plane is pretty level. People that didn't even think they could get wealthy can get wealthy now.
So wait. You're telling people to follow the money right now, or they're going to miss out for the next 200 years.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll be watching Coach Val. Just saying, I'll be on the podcast.
We need to worry about our house, not the White House. We don't, and my partner said it so
Ooh.
hey, right? That if you look at, like, we live here in Houston. Here in Houston, there's an Asian community, right? They have tons of stores, properties. They even have street names in their language. Indian community, same way. And they're not worrying about who's in the White House. Why? And here's what we push: ownership. Ownership. And our founder, one of our co-founders, was on the call today, and I'm going to repeat what he said. He said, we can't leave anything for our kids. We can't leave a legacy of something that we don't own. So ownership is key. And that's what we teach about tomorrow. How to own even your own bank. That's where we going with this. So absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
love that. I love that.
Yeah. And in addition to Bucks,
So Bucks and
go ahead.
go ahead. I want them to make sure. I want them to make sure that they get the link to the Bucks and Brunch. So the Bucks and Brunch link is in there, but I'm gonna separate it for you guys because I see it's linked in with the other link tree. So I'm gonna separate it so you guys can click on it individually. But go ahead, Coach Val. Tell us what else you have going on that we can get involved in.
Absolutely. I wanted to talk about the clubhouse room as well. The clubhouse room and in the anthology that it was actually named after. So I do have an anthology, and that should be coming out today. I'll be putting that landing page out today for people to start. If they want to participate, they can apply for that. I'm only accepting 15 authors to participate in that anthology, but that anthology is just what we've been talking about, and that's from broken to breakthrough. Going from that experience, whatever that experience is, whether it's a breakup, whether it's a divorce, whether it's a job situation, whatever that experience is, because we've all had some type of experience. I just told you about several of mine, right? But how did you come through, or are you coming through those experiences? What's that journey like? Because we want your pain to turn into purpose, right? And that's really the foundation of broken to breakthrough, rising from the ashes. That's where the anthology came from, and God placed that on my heart to do after my retirement and subsequent divorce, because to share that story, and sharing your story, y'all, is so healing. And everybody has one. Every single body has one. So be expecting to see that real soon. Hopefully today, I'll be getting on with my the creators of the website, but that should be announced today. And I'm so looking forward to that, because I want to see other women have the experience that I have from healing, from writing their stories, and then also from the impact that sharing it has. And I just want to give an example of that, because I have been told to write my story for a very long time, and I just didn't have the nerves or the courage or whatever you want to call it to do it. And a friend of mine asked me to participate in her Hope anthology. And I was kind of reluctant at first, and she was like, "That was just a chapter, and I think you should do it." And she was one of the ones telling me to write a book too. And so I participated in that anthology. And I tell you this, writing that story, when I finally got to it, and when I got into it, I almost couldn't stop. Like, I did a lot of work in one sitting, because I was just getting it out. It was very emotional, but it was also healing, right? It was also healing. So we want to definitely stamp that we've healed from something, right? We want to stamp that. And when I did that, I participated in that anthology. I thought nothing of it afterwards, quite honestly, except the fact that, okay, this is really encouraging me to, write my own book about it, just expand the information that was in that chapter. And I did an event, and I gave the book to a young lady. And the next time that young lady saw me, she told me, she said, "Your story in that book changed my life." And she went on to tell me how. And I was like, "Now, Valerie, you have no excuse for not sharing your story on a larger platform." And then birthed the book I have out now, called Hope Has a Name, Sister to Sister with Love, because that one person came to me and said it changed her life. I'm talking from committing suicide changed her life. So we have a story and somebody needs it. Amen. So on that one. And then of course I have
Coach Val, you want to have me back here passing out. Okay, listen, we're pretty much done, y'all. I'm just my listen. It's the way my brain works. It's going in circles because I love the transformation that you have inside of you with your story and the way that you're encouraging people and how they are able to share their stories. Y'all, Coach Val just gave y'all the key, all the keys. So let's go ahead and unlock these doors. Coach Val will give you guys some guidance if you connect with her. All of her links are there. Make sure you guys stay connecting all the time. Community is connection. Like, what's the point of being in community if you're not connecting with anyone? That's weird. So we love it when we hear that, Coach Val heard from someone that saw the live, and the fact that I didn't know about, I thought I know about your book, but I have not looked into it. So you're gonna have to drop the link to your book so that we can get your book, okay? And read, because it could change more people's lives. And the last thing you said I thought was so powerful, which was just being aware that you are that powerful, that your story is that big, and that you are worth actually sharing it to the world. I love it. So thank you so much. Any final words of wisdom you want to leave us with before you dip out on us?
Absolutely. So I just want to say you can actually, the book link is on the link tree. So you can access the book that way. But the main thing that I want to say, because it's been so pivotal in my life, and now I'm able to verbally phrase it, in a way, because before, when I was immature in certain spaces, especially emotionally, I didn't know how to describe it, or what it meant. But the bottom line is choose you. No matter what the situation is, choose you and choose you first. And like Allegra said earlier, make sure that you're filling your cup up, because we can't pour from an empty cup. Trust me, we keep giving, and we're not poured into. What's the value of what you're really giving? What's the value?
Okay, we got to get out of here on that note because my spirit. Okay. Thank you so much, Coach Val. I feel very emotional right now for a good reason. I feel excited. I'm just so aligned with how everything is coming together. I cannot wait to read your chapter. And I just cannot wait for you guys to order the chapter. The link for the pre-orders are already live, you guys. You can go ahead and download the ebook, get it. It's only $2.99 for the early birds, right? Because we want you guys to grab as many as possible to give to all your friends. These stories are, ways for you to help someone who is maybe in a dark place and you can't reach them. So I love how we're sharing these little tidbits, because now I know how big these stories are in this book. And y'all can't tell me y'all don't need to read these stories, because I know I need to read the stories. So thank you so much, Coach Val. Feel free to pop out anytime.
Absolutely.
Y'all,
Appreciate you.
thank you so much. Y'all. My heart is full. I don't know what else to say. Today was, I'm sweating. I'm greasy. Like, I've been up since 5 8. Well, actually, I didn't even get any sleep, y'all. Like, I've been up excited about this, constantly thinking about what today was going to bring. So you guys, we have pretty much gone through majority of our authors. Dr. Manuela, I missed her live, so I will make that up for her. I was hoping she could jump on before we ended today. But I will make room for our other co-authors so you can hear more about their stories. These stories are not just, shared stories you see on TV. These are real people you can touch, see, experience, talk to. And these are the transformations that I feel we need today. We need to be able to share what matters most to us. And one thing that Coach Val said I love so much is that she was referring to the fact that we all are pretty much most of the time going and experiencing and going through the same things. We're just not talking about it. So I am just, y'all, I don't even know, from the quotes that Clivia and Karan and God, we had a lot of juicy stuff today. So just take it as a master class. Look at this whole live stream. We'll be replaying it again. I just want to shout out to our corporate sponsors, LaShauna West. Like I mentioned, her Healing While Building Summit really does put perspective. And even Coach Val said it. you have to understand that healing is an ongoing process, but you should be able to heal from a certain situation in a good time frame so that you can move on. And I want us to look at what that looks like. So you guys, if you need any further assistance from anyone that you have heard on here and you're like, they resonate with me, we always encourage you to reach out. It's no harm in just connecting, saying hi, and just showing that you're present there and that you heard what they had to say. So that's one thing I will just encourage you guys to do. Tomorrow, let me just say, oh God, my notes, y'all. I have notes that are laying around that I have to go back and revisit. Here they go. They're over here. I'm going to go back and revisit these notes. And I'm going to, re-air this, and we're going to talk about some of the things that we just talked about here. But I really want to make sure, let me just double check all of the links, okay, so you guys have everything you need in the actual comments. We will keep posting in the comments. If you're watching on the replay, then you'll be able to still, see the interaction, see the activity, and you'll also be able to consistently keep pre-orders at your fingertips, because you may order it and then you may forget about someone you love and order another one, but you have to know a quick go-to route. I got ADD, so I don't like having to search for things too much. So we always try and put the links as many places as possible so you guys can have access to them at all times. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. This was a very long live session. We did 6 hours, almost 7 hours of just, straight live streaming and talking about the book, Winning Women, Trials to Triumph. Yes, got it. And we're going to continue actually giving you guys some amazing opportunities to join us. Like I said, if you missed the opportunity to get into this book collaboration with us 9 authors, I probably won't be in the next book. I did the first book. I think I'm good, right? And now the authors in this book can actually move on and take that stepping stone, like myself, and write another book. And maybe y'all see me on a lot somewhere else with a book reaching further into that story I was talking to you about. I literally have about 4 or 5 stories in the chapter, but I will say, guys, make sure you can stay connected with us. Make sure you go to the W.I.N website and look at all of the amazing things we have in store for you all year long. And we love y'all. We want to make sure you guys win every single day. So join W.I.N, become a member, and win every day. All right, we'll see you guys back here for another live when we actually get with the other authors. And another thing too, join us in our clubhouse rooms. You saw Coach Val. She has amazing Broken to Breakthrough room every Friday. Dr. Manuela, you will meet another author. She'll be talking about her story another day, but her rooms are on Fridays, and she does an amazing room about lead her ship. We also have Ali Correa, who is doing the Mompreneur room. She's one of our W.I.N ambassadors in New Jersey. Sarah talking about social media strategies and decluttering. Myself and Nisa, which are 2 main components to the 6 a.m. morning cup of inspiration. We do every morning, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but we do have our main attendees, our W.I.N members who come every single morning. Shout out to you, Toria, Dr. Al. Shout out to Karan, who's coming in the mornings a lot now. I mean, we're just building. And so we would love for you to get as much support as you possibly can from this community. If you feel like you really need to have our arms wrapped around you and guide you through each of these processes that we have done other leaders and members before you, then just reach out. We have an open door policy and we would love to hear from you. All right. Love y'all. Y'all have an amazing week. And don't forget to get y'all books. All right. Bye.